Like a minute or two.
Just let it be, man. I don't know if that's that has nothing to do with the receiver and stuff, so. George, we were here that one time with the mic. We didn't use one of the receivers. Remember that? We just plugged it right in. I don't think it's working, man.
No.
Crazy. I don't know why it's not hooking in. It's very weird to me, Ronnie, because anything should be able to plug right in now. All right.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
All right, we're gonna do this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. You okay with the microphone? Look at that. Look at the mic. That's fine. Yeah, let's just do that.
So where are you going to be? There?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. He's telling Teresa someone knows his knows me.
I knew that had to go through that.
I think the issue was the main broadcast was starting, so I couldn't really do a test.
Can I tell you something? YouTube's pain in the ass too. Well, I tell you something. When I updated a Windows computer at my school, then like the screen, then the picture was slowing down. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Of course, the geniuses are like, oh, why don't you just do this? I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, make sure. All right, good.
So we just need a spare chair here for Joshua.
I'll sit outside.
I'll be able to.
There's another chair over there if you guys.
All right, just make sure this thing gets up a little less. Right there.
I think we're fine.
Let me get that camera. It's our second camera for Saturday. But yeah.
They have these things called speakers.
Thank you, I know.
All right, George, do you have a mic?
You're doing everything through your laptop. Everything there without the phone.
Here you go. All right, let's get this. Make sure this thing works.
So everything goes on.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you did that?
That was my first time.
Now, when did Joe do this last time? I don't have to worry about that. All right, talk to this. Let's make sure you get levels. Oh yeah, of course, man. Talk.
Test.
All right. Oh. All right. Let me be careful there. Move this over here, right? Talk again. All right, let me try another jack here for a minute.
All yours.
Now talk.
Test.
I would
I did the other one.
from their team.
No, I'll put it in here. This is where it goes. Turn that off. Just turn it off for a minute.
What, the mic?
Yeah, the mic. I kept it on. Because we're running out of time here.
That's all. Next time, on the left.
Test. Good.
Now we'll fix it, alright?
We have a pulse?
What?
We have audio?
Yeah, should have something here. Hold on. Got it.
70 out there.
Sorry, Davis. Alright.
You're good, don't worry.
Usual, making it work.
I think we're hitting first, yes.
Well, yeah, we were on the road.
The rare home team away.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, this is 2020. That happened with us and you guys for the game last that time too.
Yeah.
We actually opened up this renovation. That thing. I remember a picture that they didn't know what to do because they actually gave up for the first pitch. It was like,
Watch the camera too, George, alright?
Yeah, no offense, but
I trust you. Make sure this thing. Just want to make sure this thing's secure.
nice plus, yeah.
Must be nice. You're welcome.
It is on a Friday, so next Saturday it's like final.
Alright. Yeah, just want to make sure this thing's holding.
It was when he came of it.
How's that look? Good?
Yeah.
How's that look on this?
That looks good. It's a bit on a delay, but it should be fine.
You're alright.
Okay, make sure it's all locked in.
And I'm audible, right?
It should be on. Yeah, just make sure we can test yours audio, right? I don't want to mess that up.
Test.
Here, the levels, just to make sure we're picking up. Oh, you can test it?
Test, test. Test, test. I see it moving on there.
Well, there's also on a bit of a delay.
Okay. I'll just keep talking then. I'll just keep talking. Now, we'll make sure the camera doesn't fall.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. The main goal has started.
Sorry, buddy.
Alright.
That's on delay, so everything you do is YouTube.
You running both? I'm done.
You running both today? This thing's leaning. That's why I'm worried about this thing. You think it's okay or not?
Yeah, it'll be alright.
Are you sure? About the camera? Yeah, I have it up there, so I think we're pretty secure.
Oh, you want to back it up a little bit?
I think it's good. I think it's good.
Are we getting sound on the broadcast?
Are you like all the way down? Like, I'm not from New York, so I understand where Brooklyn is, but to like all the way down to east, where they kind of.
We're closer to downtown Brooklyn.
I should be able to always call you.
Brooklyn is like the island.
We're not okay.
You're the professional. Hi. Thank you. Looks good to me. Now, we get the audience.
Are you taking this?
Yeah, I kind of have to.
Audio's lost.
We don't have a chair over there.
That might be the issue.
Are we getting audio?
Martin, we did that ahead and
The Skyline Conference mandates that student athletes, coaches, and fans conduct themselves in an inclusive, sportsmanlike, and honorable manner. Disparaging remarks or gestures of any kind, including slurs and insults directed at a player, team, fan, coach, official, or administrator will not be tolerated. Anyone committing such unsportsmanlike behavior as well as making racist, sexist, homophobic, or discriminatory remarks, gestures, or actions of any kind will be subject to Skyline Conference and St. Joseph's University sanctions, including immediate ejection from the field complex. We thank you for your cooperation and enjoy the league.
Don't bring up too loud. They're talking. It was, yes.
What?
And I know that.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. I thought I heard myself. I don't know why it's not the way. I thought I heard my voice there.
Let me see if I can.
We were not even hear like any like background noise.
Well, we have testing. We have our camera's picking up my audio here, so
Could be because there's nothing plugged just directly into that.
that could be the issue. But I don't know. It's the HDMI. And this doesn't pick up anything without it. Yeah, probably that's the issue. Now, when we do Black Magic, everything goes into this to the HDMI to the Black Magic. We did this, right, George? We did this just with this for one game. So testing. You can hear the background, right?
It's coming through YouTube.
This is through Box Fest.
Well, you want to try just calling it out loud in the background? I mean, it doesn't sound weird, but
Background noise? I don't want to be shouting over people.
Okay, so it might just be the laptop thing then. So, because I can hear Hayden right now.
yeah, but he can't cut it.
Give us a minute.
I don't think it's coming through here, but we can hear the mic and stuff. So
We're just fixing the audio.
just fixing the audio,
Give us like 2 minutes. We should be good.
Okay. We'll just try to speak up a little bit, not too much. But the stream's working, right?
Oh yeah. Are you ready here?
1, 2.
There you go.
Testing 1, 2.
You got it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sometimes next time I give me that. Lineups and anthem. Next time you can. I got you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our Skyline Conference baseball doubleheader between the Mariners of the United States Merchant Marine Academy and your St. Joseph's Brooklyn Bears. Let's meet the starting lineup for Game 1, beginning first with the Mariners. Batting first at third base, number 23, Jack Millen. Batting second, number 1, shortstop, Landon Trout. Batting third, number 10, center fielder, Tommy Chiappetti. Batting fourth, number 8, the catcher, Garrett Lapsaddle. Batting fifth, number 18, first baseman, Christian Gomez. Batting sixth, number 5, left fielder, Luke Crewer. Batting seventh, number 45, and the designated hitter, Ricardo Olivares. Number 8, nope. Batting 8, number 14, second baseman, Luis Ancera. Batting ninth, number 25, right fielder, Braden Vasquez. And the starting pitcher for USMMA, number 4, David Sharonik. They are led by head coach Scott Loesch and assistant coaches Christopher Jimenez, Roberto Fernandez, Jerry Sidman, Peter Giannis, and Jose Lopez. Now let's meet the starting lineup for your St. Joseph's Brooklyn Bears. Batting first, number 2, the center fielder, Vincent Camerata. Batting second, number 10, the designated hitter, Joe Proviziero. Batting third, number 24, right fielder, Christopher Stedmower. Batting fourth, number 14, left fielder, Miguel Toribio. Batting fifth, number 29, the catcher, Joe Neglio. Batting sixth, number 19, the first baseman, Chris Perez. Batting seventh, number 41, the third baseman, Doug Pater. Batting eighth, number 5, the second baseman, Michael Gardner. Batting ninth, number 20, the shortstop, Matthew Quinones. And the starting pitchers for the Bear is number 25, Andrew Ardito. They are led by head coach Rich Picario and assisted by Tyler Zucker, Tran Hennessy, and Eric Del Rosso. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise if you are willing and able for the playing of the national anthem.
Great job, Amy.
Andrew Ardito pitching.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Bartizak Field here on the campus of the United States Merchant Marine Academy as your St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears play a home game at Bartizak Field, home of the USMMA Mariners. A little old school feel, home team playing as the road team on their home field as the 10-8 Mariners come in with a 2-0 record in conference play, 1-2 officially on the road, and this will Brooklyn Bears here for the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears. Not even on their home field, batting in 389. Brooklyn, no homers, 9 driven called. Pens blue back. third baseman Doug Pater for St. Joe's, and Millen. He's back in on the edge of the grass at third, possibly expecting stolen bases of the series. A perfect 7 for 7, catches the outside corner. It's 0-2. Mariners is a team 44 of 51 on the year. Long hold by Ardito, the 0-2 coming home. Is swung on, popped up, left side. Miguel Toribio, the left fielder, out there to put it away for the first out of the afternoon. So it's an F7 on your scorecard. And up comes the raging hot Tommy Chiappetti. Chiappetti coming off a career-high 5 RBI in the win over Baruch on Tuesday for Merchant Marine. That was a 13-game hitting streak. And talking to Tommy Chiappetti before the game, he didn't even know he was on a 13-game hitting streak as he swings away here, pops it foul to the right side. And out of play 0-1. And Ardito, the junior from Brooklyn, New York, from the third base side of the rubber. Another check-in on Millen, who's back in standing up. Pater even with the bag at third against Chiappetti. The 0-1 is up and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariners have cut down the strikeouts as of late. Ever since their spring break trip to Florida, they've come back to the state of New York and not struck out more than 8 times in any game. 1-1, Millen stays put, and Chiappetti pops it up. Right side will come back and out of play. Count goes to 1-2. With Garrett Klopsaddle on deck. Pater with 2 strikes moves off the line at third. Rest of the outfield and infield stays straight up for St. Joe's. 1-2 from Ardito, breaking ball. Chiappetti reached for it, popped it up right side. And that will sail into the Mariners' dugout over the roof as Chiappetti hangs in there. As Chris Perez, the first baseman, gave that ball a good run. But not enough air under that one. Another check-in on Millen, who's back in standing once again. Ardito out of the stretch on 1-2, shorter lead for Millen. And Chiappetti on the 1-2 drives into right center field. Could be trouble. And on the roll with a lunging and diving catch, a spectacular play in center field for the second out. Back to first goes Millen as Vincent Camarada in center field takes away an extra base hit from Tommy Chiappetti. That ball looked like it was trouble off the bat, but Camarada, dead sprint to the right center gap. They have large gaps here at Bartizak Field, and Camarada, a tremendous effort to run that ball down. For the second out, it goes an F8. As Camarada, a sensational play to prevent at least second and third, 1 out. That most definitely saved the run as well. Now Klopsaddle. As Millen a start and stop, but he stays put in the pitch outside, ball 1. So Chiappetti will have to wait till his second time up to try to extend his hitting streak to 14 games. Now Klopsaddle, 343, a homer, and 19 driven in, and he's laid on the fastball from Ardito, and it's 0-2. Klopsaddle, 8 RBI in his last 4 games. Had 2 against NJCU and 3 in each of the Yeshiva games in doubleheader, including an inside-the-park 3-run homer. 0-2 to Klopsaddle from Andrew Ardito. Long hold, Millen goes this time, and Klopsaddle swings and misses for strike 3 to end the inning. Andrew Ardito works a scoreless first thanks to his center fielder Vincent Camarada with a tremendous diving catch to rob Tommy Chiappetti. In the inning for Merchant Marine, no runs, 1 hit, 1 left. At the end of half an inning, it's Merchant Marine nothing, and your St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears coming to bat on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Sports Network. Back here in Kings Point, Andrew Ardito works a scoreless top of the first,
The starting pitcher for USMMA.
despite giving up Jack Millen's 200th career hit. And now it's David Cherwanik's turn, the sophomore from Chattanooga, Tennessee, coming in with a 9.95 ERA in 19 innings. 1-3 record for David. He'll take on Vincent Camerata, fresh off his tremendous diving catch in right center field to rob Tommy Chiappetti. And Cherwanik's first pitch is swung on. That's lined into center field. He raised his average with a first pitch single. Joe Provisiero, the DH today for St. Joe's in game 1 of the doubleheader. Provisiero and even 500 on the year. He is 5 for 10, has scored 4 runs. No homers, 3 RBIs, and up and in, and he got hit on the ear hole. And Provisiero down in a heap. And immediately the athletic trainer for Merchant Marine, Dan Ungersvat, on his way out to the first base line as a first pitch fastball, it looked like, from David Cherwanik, went up and in and hit Provisiero right in the ear hole. As we hope he's all right. As an early scary moment here at Bartizak Field, as Provisiero being tended to by Dan Ungersvat. Anytime you see a head injury like this, the number one rule is you never move him, never roll him over. And they're letting Provisiero lay flat on his belly for the moment. And meanwhile, Garrett Clapsaddle and Merchant Marine pitching coach Lou Bernardi out to calm down David Cherwanik. Never want to see something like this. As Provisiero is still down on the first base line. As Bartizak Field has gone dead quiet in a hurry, as it looks like Provisiero has rolled over to his back, so that's good that he has movement. Joe Giacchi, the women's basketball coach for St. Joe's Brooklyn, out there to help out in any way he can. He normally spends most of his days for baseball in the press box. But now everyone down there on the field. And the concern is for Joe the sophomore from Zone Park. Swung on that punch in the center field for a base hit. And now getting help to his feet. Stegmuller didn't hit it all that hard, but he glove of Insera at second base. Out Cherwanik in immediate danger. Cherwanik, the last time he was on this mound against St. Joe's, he pitched a 7-inning complete game 4-hitter. And a Mariners 4-0 win, and he misses low to Toribio. It's 1-0. Cherwanik has to find the plate here. Mariners have the infield back for 2, but Cherwanik misses badly up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. So the Bears in prime position to pounce early. Bases loaded, nobody out, and 2-0 to Miguel Toribio. Coming in at .333 on the year. He's 5 for 15 with no homers and 3 RBIs. 2-0 from Cherwanik. Is swung on that at the knees, a strike. Cherwanik needed a strike, and he got it with the fastball. It's 2-1. Millen holding Camerata close at third. First baseman Gomez in front at first. As up the middle goes Toribio. A tremendous sliding stop by Trout. Flip to second is in time for the force. Camerata comes in to score. But a very close call at second base. A tremendous sliding stop by Landon Trout. It looked like Stegmuller might have gotten the left foot in there. But he's deemed out at second base. It's an RBI for Toribio on the fielder's choice. As Camerata in to score. Halleck up to third. Now Joe Meglio. He swings away first pitch and chops it foul up the first base line. 0-1. Meglio at 444, 8 for 18, no homers, 4 RBIs. So Cherwanick, we just said a moment ago, he pitched a 7-inning shutout against the Bears last year, and a third of an inning in. Bears already on top 1-0 on the RBI fielder's choice by Toribio. His 4th RBI of the year. 0-1 from Cherwanick is taking a strike on the inside edge. No balls and 2 strikes to Joe Meglio. Meglio, the sophomore from Howard Beach. He's recorded at least 1 hit in every game he's hit this year, and he takes low, ball 1. He's recorded a hit in all 6 of his games this year. As Joe Meglio trying to push home a second run for St. Joe's here in the first, with Halleck on third and 1 out. 1-2 from Cherwanick. It swung on and missed, got him with a breaking ball. It was a bit of a floater from Cherwanick on the inside edge of the plate, but it backed up. Meglio strikes out, 2 men down, and now the first baseman, Chris Perez.
Number 19, the first baseman, Chris Perez.
Perez at 176 on the year, no homers, 2 driven in. He's 3 for 17 officially. And Cherwanick's first pitch runs low. 1 ball, no strikes. So you have first and third, 2 out if St. Joe's wants to run the Little League play. If they run Toribio from first and have Halleck break for the plate. 1-0 pitch from Cherwanick, first to throw over on Stegmuller, who's back in there. On Toribio, excuse me. St. Joe's, they don't do a lot of running. 14 of 17 on the year. Toribio has not attempted a stolen base this year, but he goes here. Clapsaddle's throw down is late and coming home, or was it in time? Did they say Trout got the tack down? No, and that will allow a second run to score. So there is the Little League play as Halleck breaks for the plate and makes it 2-0 St. Joe's. It was a late call on the play at second base. You saw Luke Crewer in left field and Chiappetti in center. Starts to head off the field as if Toribio was thrown out. Mike Notebard on his way out of the Mariner dugout to plead his case. But it's the first stolen base of the year for Miguel Toribio. And it's a steal of home for Justin Halleck, his second stolen base of the year, and the Bears lead 2-0. So now Halleck trying to add to the inning, a big swing and a miss. And it's 1-2 to Chris Perez. It's been a tough start for David Cherwanick. Here in the first inning, Bears will take it. Cherwanick's long hold, the 1-2 delivery is swung on and missed. And that will end the inning, but not before the Bears jump in front. 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave 1 at the end of 1 in game 1. It's St. Joe's 2 and Merchant Marine 0 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. go to the second inning here at Bartizak Field. Bears on top 2-0 early
18, the first baseman.
over the Mariners, trying to pick up their first conference win of the year. And now Christian Gomez will lead it off for Merchant Marine here in the second, as Ardito will try to make this 2-0 lead stand up. Gomez 282 on the year, no homers, 10 driven in, and he takes low ball one. Gomez 0 for 4 on Tuesday night against Baruch. He swings away here, golfs it out to left field, and the wind knocks this one down. One man away on an F7 as it's put away by Toribio for the first out. So Gomez, who struck out 3 times on Tuesday, able to put the ball in play and give it a good ride to left field. Now Luke Kruer has himself a 12-game hitting streak going. 354 on the year, a homer, and 24 driven in. Had his 8-game RBI streak snapped on Tuesday night against Baruch. He's ahead on the count here, 1-0. Kruer's 1 home run in his career, an inside-the-park grand slam. Last week against NJCU, a check swing and a ball in the dirt. They say no swing. 2 balls, no strikes. Ardito behind in the count for a rare time today, 2-0. And Kruer swings, golfs another one out to left. Toribio, a long run for this one. And that ball is out of here. Luke Kruer sends it into the left center field trees. His second career home run. His first one that goes over the fence. And the Bears' lead has been cut in half to 2-1. Toribio was on the dead run like he had a chance at that ball toward the wall, but it just kept going on this warm afternoon. And Luke Kruer gets one back for Merchant Marine with a long solo homer to left center. The 25th RBI of the year for Luke Kruer. That extends his lead in the Skyline Conference. And now Ricardo Olivares at 353 on the year. He swings away first pitch and fouls it back 0-1. Olivares a homer and 16 driven in. Ricardo's 1 home run was also an inside the Parker. That came on Sunday against Yeshiva. That's 5 RBIs in his last 2 games, says Olivares. And he pops another one back to the screen. It's 0-2. And Lewis and Sarah on deck to retrieve that one. As Ardito unable to put up a 0 after his team supplied him with an early 2-0 lead. 0-2 to Olivares. Is swung on and fouled at the plate. As he just got a piece of that one, and Sarah getting his steps in there, having to retrieve the foul balls to the backstop. As the youngster Andrew Ardito will have to settle himself down after giving up that long home run. 0-2 to Kruer sits high. Or Olivares, 1-2. Andrew Ardito, that's the 3rd home run he's given up this year. And very well could be the longest, given the dimensions here at Bartizak Field. 1-2 to Olivares. Breaking ball runs off the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It was a quick F7 on Gomez, but then Kruer hit it over everybody's head into the trees in left center. 2-2 to Olivares. Breaking ball just missed. Off the outside edge, Joe Meglio held it for an extra beat, but didn't get the strike 3 call. Payoff pitch from Ardito. That one fouled away. Olivares putting together a terrific at-bat here after the Kruer home run. Infield, outfield, straight up for the Bears against Ricardo Olivares. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And another foul ball, again to the right side, as it goes toward the Mariners clubhouse here at Bartizak Field. After a couple of fly balls to left, Miguel Toribio has backed it up a couple of strides out there and left. Another payoff from Ardito is pounded on the ground left side right to Pater. Across the diamond in time to get the hustling Olivares. 2 men down, 5-3 on your scorecard. And now Lewis and Sarah. And Sarah at 333 on the year. A homer and 7 RBI. And Sarah's only career home run came on the road at Kane. Merchant Marine split that doubleheader against the number 10 team in the country. And Sarah, after going 1 for 5 on Tuesday night against Baruch on a mini 5-game hitting streak. 0-1. Catches the outside corner. A fastball from Ardito. It's 0-2. If Sarah can extend the inning, Braden Vasquez would be next. Long hold from Ardito. Brings home the 0-2. And it's swung on a missed ball in the dirt for strike 3. Tag applied by Meglio. Sarah pleads that he foul tipped it. And it looks like they will stay with the strike 3 call, or will they? And Sarah's still at the batter's box. But St. Joe's is headed off the field. We'll see if we have any type of review here. And after confrontation, they say it's strike 3, so Sarah strikes out on the ball in the dirt. Second strikeout for Ardito. Luke Crewer gets the Mariners closer with a long solo home run to left center. After an inning and a half, it's still the Bears on top 2-1 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Center. We go to the bottom of the second here. Bart is for you mathematicians out there. That is 714. He started the year, was at the tops of D3 baseball in batting average. In a bit of a slump right now. 2 for his last 15. Takes a strike. It's 0-2. Other right-hand hitter for Cherwanick to contend with. It'll be Pater, Gardner, and Quinones against Cherwanick here in the home second. That's outside 1 and straight up and back up the middle against the right-hand hitting Doug Pater, who has 1 batting glove and 1 bare hand. 1-2 from Cherwanick. On the right side, they'll do it again. On the year, no homers, 3 driven. Having trouble putting these Bears hitters 7th game of the year. He's started all of them. Has struck out the last 3 for 19. Officials is doing a great job running up takes low, ball 1. The senior from Farmingdale, New York, an inning plus is. Like to get off the schneid here today. He is 0 for his last 9. 1-0 from Cherwanick is up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. For that base hit. Now Quinones at 304 on the year. No homers and an RBI. Long hold from Cherwanick, who checks in on Gardner. He's back in there. Gardner has not attempted a stolen base this year. Matthew Quinones, the sophomore from South Ozone Park. Cherwanick from the third base side of the rubber out of the stretch. Runs one inside and low. 1 ball, no strikes. Be curious to see if the struggles continue for Cherwanick. How much of a leash he gets from Mike Notebart. Mariners have another doubleheader here as the home team on Sunday afternoon against Manhattanville, but Cherwanick falls behind 2-0. Fell behind Gardner 3-0 before giving up the base hit. Now Quinones ahead in the count 2-0. With Vincent Camerata, the leadoff hitter, on deck for St. Joe's. 2-0 from Cherwonick, runs away outside, 3 balls, no strikes. So 2 straight batters for Cherwonick. He's fallen behind 3-0. Walking 3-0. Walking away very take advantage for his second straight inning. Matthew Quinones, who runs like 2 hits in the bottom of the first. A bit outside, at least 1 back here in the home second. But the 3rd strikeout for David Cherwonick is taken for a strike 3-1. And now Vincent Camerata, an RBI chance with Gardner on second and 2 out. Camerata singled and scored his first time up. Now 13 for 32 after his base hit in the first inning. Mariners arms in the outfield. Crew a good arm in left. Chiappetti a great arm in center. And Olivares a good arm in right in the event we get a base hit here. As Camerata lines it to second, right to Insera to end the inning. We go to the 3rd inning here at Bardazac Field. The Bears still on top 2-1. Andrew Ardito back to work. Straight on that breaking ball and foul it away to the right side. Count remains 0-2. In another 0-2 from Ardito to Vasquez. Breaking ball up high on the break. Good eye, 1 ball delay off that one from Ardito, 2-1. And a sac fly to right by Millen have tied us up here in the 3rd. 1-0 to Trout, who flew out to Toribio and left his first time up. Count even at 1-1. Pater even with the bag at 3rd. 1-1 from Ardito is low and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. So even though both pitchers have racked up a couple of strikeouts over the first few innings, having trouble putting hitters away, having catch in right center that Camerata made to take away an extra base hit. And Tommy pops the first one straight up. That'll come back and out of play over our heads, 0-1. Chiappetti riding a 13-game hitting streak. Came in today hitting .412. 0-1 from Ardito sits high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chiappetti, that .412 average, as good as it sounds, still not even top 10 in the conference as he takes a strike here, 1-2. Chiappetti at 15th in the conference in batting at .412. And a step off by Ardito before delivering the 1-2 to Chiappetti. Trying to get out of the 3rd inning with just the 1 run. And Chiappetti pounds 1 foul down the left field line to hang in there at 1-2. And Nicholas Mirabella for St. Joe's, the soldier to sprint down the left field line to retrieve that foul ball. Chiappetti will try again on 1-2. Delivery from Ardito is swung on lash to the right side, and that is a fair ball down the line. It just snuck inside the chalk, and Chiappetti with a head of steam will rumble into second with a 2-out double. It's a 14-game hitting streak for the sophomore Tommy Chiappetti, and Merchant Marine has the potential go-ahead run on second with 2 out, and Garrett Clapsaddle coming up. Clapsaddle struck out swinging his first time up to end the top of the first. Ardito's delivery, a breaking ball, pops straight up. Clapsaddle not happy with himself, and it's called out there by Gardner, a step on the outfield grass to end the inning. Ardito got away with one, and Clapsaddle knows it, as that was a hanging breaking ball, as Clapsaddle fired his batting gloves down in frustration. Mariners tie the game on the sac fly by Millen. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. At the end of 2.5, we are tied at 2 here in Kings Point on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
Yeah, so I think we played.
We go to the bottom of the third here in Kings Point. 2-2 between the Bears and the Mariners. Bit of a delay going to the bottom of the third as there was a divot at the front of the mound. Mariners pitching coach Lou Bernardi had to come out and take care of. Joe Provisiero, who got hit by a pitch on the ear hole his first time up. Good to see him back in there. So Justin Halleck, who came in to pitch run. His service is not needed in the lineup for Provisiero, who takes one on the outside edge. It's 0-1. David Cherwanek now with his score evened up 2-2 after the Millen sacrifice fly. That's fouled away by Provisiero 0-2. Andrew Ardito, who couldn't put up a 0 after his team scored in the 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Cherwanek trying to put up a 0 to keep this game tied. 0-2 to Provisiero. His skips in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Provisiero was not comfortable when he got hit by a pitch, but it'll help his on-base percentage. Now over .550 in the on-base department this year. And a good emergency hack by Joe to spoil that one off. Count remains 1-2. It'll be Provisiero, Stegmuller, and Toribio, the heart of the St. Joe's order, as the Bears look to regain the lead here in the bottom of the third. 1-2 from Cherwanek, swung on, back to Cherwanek, who walks it over to first himself. The flip to Gomez in time. 1 man down. So a comebacker for Provisiero, as David Cherwanek At 6'1", able to reach down and snare that comebacker from Provisiero. Now Stegmuller, who singled up the middle his first time up. And he takes one at the knees, a fastball, a strike, 0-1. Stegmuller with that base hit in the first inning now has a mini 2-game hitting streak going. And has hits in 6 of his last 7 games, does the Bears right fielder. Count even at 1-1. Millen on the line at third against the right-hand hitting Christopher Stegmuller. And Chris fouls one back to the screen, got one in on the hands. It's 1-2. And a quick retrieval by Toribio from the on-deck circle. 1-2 from Cherwanick to Stegmuller, and Chris takes off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cherwanick looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. Gave up 2 in the first and some traffic in the second. 2-2 is lined to right field, base hit. So 2 at-bats, 2 singles for Chris Stegmuller. And the Bears have the potential tie-breaking run at first with 1 out, and Miguel Toribio coming up.
Number 14, the left fielder, Miguel Toribio.
Toribio hitting that fielder's choice in the first inning on a terrific sliding play by Landon Trout at short to force out Stegmuller at second base. See how aggressive Stegmuller wants to be on the base as he's 2 for 2 in stolen bases this year. Trying to gauge Cherwanick's motion and sit on the ground left side. This one gets past Trout in the left field, a base hit. So back-to-back singles for Stegmuller and Toribio. And the Bears have the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 out and Joe Meglio coming up. So after the comebacker by Provisiero, well-struck singles off the bats of Stegmuller and Toribio. Now Meglio. The key note about this Mariner pitching staff, they'll allow base runners. Baruch on Tuesday night stranded 15 men on base against the Mariners pitching staff as a half swing, as Meglio almost had that one hit him in the thumbs, but able to foul it back 0-1. That's one of those, if it was 41 degrees instead of 71 degrees, that one would have hurt. 0-1 from Cherwanick is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Cherwanick has been missing, or when he misses, it's been outside and up, especially the right-hand hitters. Mariners back for 2 up the middle with Troutman and Serra at the middle positions. 1-1 from Cherwanick. Double steals on, claps, that'll throw to third, is not in time. Double steal by Stegmuller and Toribio. And St. Joe's now a fly ball away from taking the lead back. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. So Stegmuller perfect. He remains in stolen bases 3 for 3. And for Toribio, that's his first stolen base of the year. See how Mike Notebart wants to play his infield in a 7-inning game. Tied at 2 in the 3rd inning. That's on the ground to second. This will plate the go-ahead runners, and Serra goes to first with it to throw out Meglio, but in to score the go-ahead run is Chris Stegmuller, and St. Joe's right back in front, 3-2.
First baseman, Chris Perez.
So good at bat by Meglio, who records his 5th RBI of the year. So the double steal pays immediate dividends. Corners covered, 2 out, and Chris Perez takes up an away ball 1. Perez struck out swinging his first time up to end the bottom of the first. Remember, St. Joe's already ran the Little League play once in this game. 1-0 from Cherwanick. That sails away. A nice catch by Clapsaddle, as that one almost was ticketed for the backstop. Claps out a nice reach on that pitch to save a run. With Toribio on third, 2 out. 2-0, a wave and a miss. Perez helped Cherwonic out there. That would have been outside for ball 3, but the foul tip, it's 2-1. If Perez can extend the inning, Doug Pater would be next. Chiappetti, the center fielder, shaded toward the gap in right center as Perez chases out of the strike zone again. It's 2-2. Bears 3 runs on 5 hits, no errors. Mariners 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors. We are in the third of game 1 of our doubleheader. 2-2 from Cherwonic. Perez reaches for it and fouls it back. So Cherwonic, the last 3 pitches, able to get Perez to chase. Chris Fortune, he was able to foul that one off to hang in there. Corner infielders Millen and Gomez guarding the lines at their respective positions. 2-2 from Cherwonic. Swung on and fouled at the plate as it ends up rolling down the third base line. Count remains 2-2. So we set in the bottom of the second. Bears doing a good job making Cherwonic work. Well, Cherwonic has picked up 3 strikeouts over 2 2/3. They have not come easily. Another 2-2 to Perez. Swung on and missed, got him with a fastball, and that will end the inning. Second time Chris Perez has struck out, but not before the Bears retake the lead on the RBI ground up by Joe Meglio. And after 3, it's the Bears 3 and the Mariners 2 on the USMMA, on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
Number 18, the first baseman, Christian Gomez.
Christian Gomez leads it off for Merchant Marine as we go to the 4th inning here at Bartizak Field with the Bears back on top 3-2 after Joe Meglio's RBI ground out in the 3rd. Andrew Ardito back to work, misses outside, ball 1. Gomez flew out to left his first time up. 1-0 from Andrew is popped up in the air again. This one a chance for Camarada to make the catch. 1 man down. So 2 at-bats, 2 flyouts for Christian Gomez. 1 to left, that one to center.
Number 5, the left fielder, Luke Brewer.
And now the reigning Skyline Rookie of the Week, Luke Crewer, who homered his first time up, his 2nd career home run into the trees in left center, and he takes up and away ball 1. Crewer's first home run that left the ballpark, first one was an inside the park grand slam against NJCU. 1-0 from Ardito is popped up right side. Perez in a foul ground loses the hat but catches the ball for the 2nd out. So 2 quick outs for Andrew Ardito after being gifted the lead back. Now Ricardo Olivares, who grounded out to 3rd his first time up. And if Ardito is able to retire Olivares, it would be the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for either side. As Olivares lines one to right field, Stegmuller coming in has to play it on a hop for a base hit. Olivares a sharp turn, but he'll hold on there with a 2-out bloop single. And now Lewis and Sarah.
Number 14, the second baseman, Lewis and Sarah.
And Sarah, who struck out swinging his first time up. So Olivares with the base hit extends his mini hitting streak to 3 games. See if Olivares gets a green light to try to steal second with 2 outs. As in Sarah takes high ball 1. Ardito has done a nice job controlling the running game today. Brings home the 1-0 and it catches the letters. A strike to Insera. 1 ball, 1 strike. Olivares does not run a lot. When he does, he's been successful. He's a clean 1-for-1 on the year. 1-1 to Insera's line to center field, Camarada back, and Vincent able to run it down short of the warning track to end the inning. Andrew Ardito works a scoreless 4th, no runs, a hit, 1 left. Through 3.5, it's still 3-2 Bears on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
Number 41, the third baseman, Doug Hader.
David Cherwanik's day is done after 3 innings for Merchant Marina's head coach Mike Notabart goes to his bullpen. As we go to the bottom of the 4th here at Bartizak Field, the Bears on top 3-2. Ryan Felton, the big tall Texan in relief for Cherwanik, fires his first pitch to Doug Pater in for a strike. It's 0-1. Cherwanik's final line, he is currently on the hook in this game. 3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs all earned, no walks, 4 strikeouts. As Pater carves the 0-1 to right field for a base hit. Good inside-out swing by Doug Pater, who hopefully that gets Doug out of his funk. He was 2 for his last 16.
Number 5, the second baseman.
And he's got himself a leadoff single here in the 4th. Michael Gardner, who snapped out of a funk his last time up with a single to center his first time. Felton on the year, a 3.97 ERA. This is 7th appearance. 3rd in relief in 22 2/3 innings. Has given up 19 runs, 10 of them earned, 13 walks, 20 strikeouts. 1-0 to Gardner. Skips in the dirt. Good block by Clapsaddle to hold Pater at first base. Felton last pitched on Sunday in the doubleheader against Yeshiva. Gave up a run, struck out 2. Check in on Pater by Felton. Doug is back in there. Felton, you can use him out of the bullpen and in relief. Has gone as long as 6 innings this year against Wabash back on March 15th when the Mariners were in Florida. 2-0 to Gardner. His lash to the right side. Gomez has a trickle off his glove and down the right field line. And this will turn into a 1st and 3rd nobody out situation as Pater looked like he lost track of the ball for a moment, but Doug able to scamper over to 3rd. 2 at-bats, 2 hits for Michael Gardner. And the Bears have 1st and 3rd, nobody out, and Matthew Quinones coming up, but what do we have here?
Number 20, the shortstop, Matthew Quinones.
Quinones struck out looking his first time up. Not sure what the holdup is here. Has to be something with Garrett Clapsaddle, who's heading over to Mariners athletic trainer Dan Ungersvat. See if it's just an equipment issue, but it looks like Dan Ungersvat has some bandaging there, so not sure if Clapsaddle might have gotten clipped on a backswing or what the case is. But while he gets tended to, Ryan Felton will have to figure it out here. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Bears trying to extend their 3-2 lead. Mentioned the Bears came in. Offense has not been the problem for the 2-7 Bears. 305 as a team coming in. And their offense has gone by way of death by 1,000 paper cuts so far. They are singling the Mariners to death over the first 3+. Now Quinones with 1st and 3rd, nobody out. And he takes low, ball 1. Mariners play the middle infielders Trout and Insera. Back up the middle, they'll trade a run for 2 outs. 4th inning of a 7-inning game, so essentially it's the bottom of the 6th. Millen even with the bag at 3rd. And a fastball strike to Quinones. It's 1-1. You would imagine if Quinones hits a ground ball to 3rd, Millen will see what Pater does at 3rd base if he breaks for the plate on contact. 1-1 coming from Felton to Quinones. Is at the knees, a fastball, a strike. It's 1-2. So Quinones has already struck out once today. Needs to find a way to put the ball in play. Fly ball would most definitely get Pater home from 3rd. 1-2 from Felton. It swung on chop foul at the plate, and it trickles down the 3rd base line. Hanging in there is Matthew Quinones at 1-2. Bears 3 runs on 7 hits. Trying to add to that total here in the home 4th. Chiappetti, the center fielder, in a few strides with 2 strikes on Quinones. Felton's pitch, a breaking ball, backs up over the inside corner for strike 3. So 2nd time Quinones has struck out looking. And now corner's covered with 1 out.
Number 2, the center fielder, Vincent Camarado.
Now Vincent Camarada, who is 1 for 2. He has singled and lined out to 2nd. And the Bears' best hitter by way of batting average. A big at bat here in the 4th inning. Felton's pitch, breaking ball, strike, 0-1. Middle infield back for 2 for Merchant Marine, looking for a ground ball to get out of this inning. Camarada trying to put the ball in the outfield. 0-1 from Felton. Vincent goes inside out and drops it into right field for a base hit. In to score is Pater. Going 1st to 3rd is Gardner. And a big RBI single for Vincent Camarada doubles the Bears' lead to 4-2.
Number
perfectly executed hit and run by St. Joe's and Michael Gardner as Vincent Camarada goes inside out with Gardner in motion. And a first and third one-out chance for Provisiero. The RBI for Vincent is his 7th of the year. And Provisiero swings away the first pitch and drops into left field, a base hit. Crewer will heave it to the plate as getting a late start was Gardner, but he scores Joe's 5th run of the game. RBI single Joe Provisiero, 4th hit of the inning for the Bears, who have opened up a 5-2 lead.
Number 24, the right fielder, Christopher Stegmuller.
The RBI for Provisiero is his 4th of the year. And St. Joe's now with 9 hits. And all of them have been singles. Now Stegmuller. He takes a breaking ball, a strike, 0-1. Stegmuller has 2 of St. Joe's 9 singles this afternoon. And Chris takes low, ball 1. Miguel Toribio is on deck, but he is not in the on-deck circle. 1-1 from Felton to Stegmuller. Bears have the Mariners on the ropes here in the 4th, and it's low, 2-1. So Ryan Felton in a spot where he really needs a ground ball. Bears have not hit a lot of those today. It's been line drives all over the ballpark for this St. Joe's offense. 2-1. That's grounded through the right side. Tremendous diving stop by Insera to his feet. He throws him out. Incredible play by Luis Insera to take away the 3rd base hit of the game for Chris Stegmuller. Moving up to 2nd and 3rd are Camarada and Provisiero, and now a huge at-bat in this game. With the Bears up by 3, could possibly deliver the knockout punch if Toribio can come through with a 2-out hit. Toribio's 1 for 2 with an RBI and a fielder's choice, and he fouls it at the plate, 0-1. So if Merchant Marine is able to come back in this game, you will look at that play by Luis Insera. As after that 0-1, a bit of a flat breaking ball from Felton. He gets a visit from Garrett Clapsaddle. Bears have added 2 here in the 4th after retaking the lead in the 3rd. So far have 2 runs on 4 hits. And Miguel Toribio trying to add to his team's lead here in game 1 of our doubleheader, a 7-inning game. The center fielder, Chiappetti, shaded toward left center. 0-1 from Felton is looped into right field. Olivares a long run in to pick it off and end the inning. Too much air under that ball from Toribio, but the Bears pick up 2 runs on 4 hits, leave 2 at the end of 4. It's St. Joe's 5, Merchant Marine 2 on the USMMA on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Fifth inning here in Kings Point. Bears have stretched their lead out to 5-2 over Merchant Marine. After 2 runs on 4 hits in the fourth, Andrew Ardito back to work. Braden Vasquez, who tripled his first time up and scored on Millen's sacrifice fly, stands in and takes high ball 1. Ardito, who couldn't deliver a shutdown inning the first 2 times the Mariners scored. Try to do it here as Vasquez pops it foul 1-1. Gave a run back in the second on the Kruger home run. And gave another one back that eventually tied the game in the third on the Millen sac fly. Bears have added 3 to retake the lead. 1-1 to Vasquez from Ardito, and it's a tie 2-1. Be Vasquez, Millen, and Trout for Merchant Marine here in the top of the 5th. 2-1 to Vasquez. A fastball runs upstairs. 3 balls and 1 strike. Andrew Ardito, his 3rd appearance of the year on the mound. The longest he has gone is 6 2/3 against Purchase. Here he is pitching in the 5th as Vasquez fouls back the 3-1 full count. Bears infield, outfield straight up against Braden Vasquez. Playing in his first game since March 25th. And he takes away ball 4. So that's the last thing that Andrew Ardito wanted to do. Walk the leadoff man with a 3-run lead. Second time Vasquez has been aboard today. And now Jack Millen, who has picked up his 200th career hit and hit a game-tying sac fly back in the 3rd. And a throw over on Vasquez. He's back in there. Andrew Ardito, he's a control pitcher. Came in today with 3 walks, and he still has not walked a Mariner over 4+ as he pours in a first pitch strike to Millen. It's 0-1. 5 strikeouts for Andrew Ardito. Mariners have 6 stolen base, but only 2 runs, and Perez lost the ball on the pickoff attempt. For a moment, Vasquez didn't know where the ball was. Perez didn't know where the ball was. And Vasquez turned around, saw that ball rolling toward the Mariners' dugout and take second base. So I would imagine that'll be an error on the throw by Ardito, allowing Vasquez to go to second. Next one, a Millen breaking ball. Sits low. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariners will try to take advantage of the throwing error by Ardito as Millen takes up and in 2-1. So Vasquez, after getting aboard with the first walk, and now Millen's ahead in the count, 3-1. So Ardito, who has only walked 4 batters all year, after his leadoff walk to Vasquez, in danger of walking his 2nd straight hitter. 3-1 to Millen is popped up right side. That'll come back and out of play. Will land on the sidewalk behind the Mariners' dugout, 3-2. Despite the Bears being the home team, they are in the road dugout on the 3rd base side. Mariners are in their usual home dugout on the 1st base side. See a lot of major league teams use the 1st base dugout as the home. Visitors on the 3rd base side. Millen on the 3-2 fouls it off. But in today's case, the home team on the 3rd base side. Mariners, the visiting team on the 1st base side. Not every major league team has their 1st base dugout as the designated home dugout. 3-2 to Millen is low and away, ball 4. It trickled away from Meglio, but not far enough for Vasquez to advance. Back-to-back walks by Andrew Ardito will prompt a mound visit There's nobody up in the Bears bullpen. As the entire infield will meet up with Andrew Ardito, who after being given a 3-run lead has walked the first 2 here in the 5th. Before he takes on the left-hand hitting Landon Trout. And if you're Rich Pecoraro, how far do you want to go with the junior Andrew Ardito? This has been a skyline matchup that the Mariners have been in control of since 2013. Mariners are 14-3 against the Bears going back to 2013, including having won the last 3. Now Landon Trout, as Ardito trying to work his way out of trouble here in the 5th. Pater even with the bag at third. Big moment here in the game as Ardito gets his first pitch slapped on the ground to short. Going to be trouble, and it is. A sliding stop at short to no avail. It's an infield base hit as Quinones slid to keep it on the infield.
Number 10, the center fielder,
But it's an infield base hit for Landon Trout. And now the tying run is on base with Tommy Chiappetti, the Mariners' hottest hitter, coming up. Chiappetti's been robbed of a base hit in center by Camarada his first time and since doubled to extend his hitting streak to 14 games. And a first pitch breaker, a strike, 0-1. So 2 walks and an infield single have loaded the bases for Merchant Marine here in the 5th. Bears have the middle infielders Quinones and Gardner back for 2. 0-1, swung on foul back by Chiappetti. No balls, 2 strikes. Garrett Clapsaddle on deck, and Christian Gomez behind him. So all right-hand hitters coming up for Merchant Marine against the left-hander Andrew Ardito in a potential game-breaking situation here in the 5th. 0-2 to Chiappetti. Bounced in the dirt. Good block by Meglio. Squeezed it between the knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That one almost got through Joe's wickets to the backstop. Chiappetti at the very least trying to put the ball in play and move up the runners. 1-2. Skips in the dirt, and this one gets away from Meglio. This will chase in a run. Vasquez in to score. Up to third goes Millen, and down to second carrying the tying run goes Trout. A wild pitch on Andrew Ardito. And now it's 5-3 Bears. And just like that, a base hit could tie this game. For Ardito, that is his 3rd wild pitch of the year. And it could prove very costly as Chiappetti fouls one straight back to stay alive. Still 1-2. So Ardito again, after being given more run support, unable to put up a 0, still looking for his first out here in the 5th. Another 1-2 to Chiappetti. Is swung on, hit on the ground toward short. Sliding stop by Quinones for the force. Incredible play by Matthew Quinones to throw out Trout at third. In to score is Millen to make it 5-4. But an incredible play by Matthew Quinones. And a great tag by Pater at third for the first out. On the scorecard, folks, that'll go as a 6-5 putout at third. Give Chiappetti an RBI. And a check-in on Tommy. So it's now the Bears 5 and the Mariners 4 here in the 5th. Chiappetti carrying the tying run on first. Clapsaddle takes a strike. It's 0-1. The RBI for Chiappetti on the putout as his 16th of the year. 0-1 from Ardito to Clapsaddle is pounded foul toward the Bears dugout 0-2. So after St. Joe's extend their lead to 3 with 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th, Mariners get them right back here in the 5th on a wild pitch and a fielder's choice. Chiappetti back in there. Tommy in stolen bases this year is a perfect 11 for 11. See if he gets the green light as the time run claps out on 0-2, drives it into center field. Camerata going back, and Vincent runs it down for the second out. Long fly ball by Clapsaddle, and a nice running play by Vincent Camerata for the second out.
Number 18, the first baseman, Christian Gomez.
So now that play by Quinones looks that much larger. Had Trout made it to third, that fly ball by Clapsaddle would have tied the game. Now Christian Gomez, first to check in on Chiappetti once again. Gomez is 0 for 2. He has flied out twice, once to left, once to center. And another check in on Chiappetti. Ardito has done as well as he could controlling the running game today, as that's fouled away by Gomez. 0-1. Mariners have not stolen a base today. Have 4 runs on 6 hits. 0-1 to Gomez. Chiappetti goes. Gomez takes all the way. Strike 2. Throw down by Meglio is not in time. Tommy Chiappetti, 12 for 12 in stolen bases this year, brings the tying run into scoring position with 2 out. Ardito, nonetheless, a pitch away from getting out of this inning with the lead. He's ahead on Gomez 0-2. And a throw over on Chiappetti. And Ardito, a long hold before the 0-2 comes to Gomez. And Christian swings and fouls at the plate. Just got a piece of that ball, as that was going to be in the dirt. But Christian able to hang in there. Behind Gomez is Luke Crewer, who had his first home run that left the ballpark. His first time up. Chiappetti, a healthy leadoff second, with the shortstop Quinones in the hole. Being held on by Gardner. 0-2 again. Is swung on, popped up right side. Perez, hoping for a play near the Mariners bullpen, runs out of room. And lost the hat again. Count remains 0-2. So Gomez making Ardito work hard, who could be nearing the end of his line. There is action in the St. Joe's bullpen down the left field line. Can't make out who it is down there. 0-2 from Ardito to Gomez is high, ball 1. Just got word from St. Joe's SID Ronnie Rios. It's Ryan Wonrowski, number 11, down in the bullpen for St. Joe's. Ardito trying to get this game to the bottom of the 5th, as it's low and in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. If Gomez can extend the innings, we mentioned Kerr would be next, another right-hand batter. And Wonrowski, a right-hander, you would imagine Rich Pecoraro would make the move. 2-2 to Gomez. Slash to the right side. Foul. They'll do it again on 2-2. A terrific battle between Gomez and Ardito, with the tying run on second and 2 outs here in the 5th. Mariners 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Bears 5 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. 2-2 to Gomez again is lined into left center field. Camerata coming on. That'll drop for a base hit and tie the game. Chiappetti crosses to tie the game at 5 here in the 5th. It's an RBI single for Christian Gomez.
Number 5, the left fielder, Luke Crewer.
And a 3-run 5th inning for Merchant Marine erases what the Bears had worked so hard to get against David Cherwanick and co. A big RBI hit for Christian Gomez, and now swinging away is Crewer, popping it up foul first base side. This one out of play once again, and hold on to your head over there. I think may have come very close to hitting somebody in the stands over there. I heard a loud clunk. I certainly hope that was the sidewalk and not somebody's head. So it's 0-1 to Crewer, and you got to give Chris Perez credit, folks. He is hustling over the dugout full speed on every single one of these foul pop-ups. 0-1 to Crewer is lined into center field. Camarada going back, and this one's over his head, and will give Merchant Marine the lead. Flying around third is Gomez. He will score. And Luke Crewer gets the wave from Mike Nodebart. Is it 2 inside the park homers for Luke Crewer? It is! Luke Crewer, his second home run of the game. His third career home run. And his second career inside the park home run. And it all comes crashing down on Andrew Ardito here in the 5th. The Mariners in front for the first time today, 7-5. Camarada, who had run down every single fly ball his way today. The freshman Luke Crewer with his third home run and his second inside the park home run. How do you like this one, folks? It is the 4th time in the last 5 games the Mariners have hit an inside the park home run. They had 1 against NJCU last Wednesday. They had 3 in the 2 games against Yeshiva. And now 1 here today against St. Joe's Brooklyn as Olivares fouls it away. It's 1-1. So the Mariners' 5th inside the park home run. 2 by Luke Crewer, 1 by Clapsaddle, 1 by Millen, and 1 by Olivares during the stretch. And that's low to Ricardo Olivares, 2-1. So after Gomez got the base hit to tie the game, Rich Pecoraro stays with his left-hander, Andrew Ardito, to face Crewer, who burns Camarada for a base hit, and that one's down the left field line for extra bases. Into the corner it goes. Olivares will stop at second with a loud 2-out double. And how much longer can you go with Andrew Ardito? If you're Rich Pecoraro, Mariners have scored 5 in the inning and still going. And this could be the end of Andrew's day. Now the right-hand hitter, Lewis and Serra, coming up. It was a great beginning for Andrew Ardito, but it looks like his day will come to a tough end as he takes his exit after 4 2/3. Mariners 5 runs home here in the 5th, looking for more. Ryan Ronowski on his way in to try to clean it up for the Bears. We'll take a break in Kings Point on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Ryan Ranowski, the right-hander for St. Joe's, comes on in. The 6'2" senior from Maspeth, New York, will try to clean up a mess for the Bears here in the fifth. Mariners have leapfrogged in front 7-5. 5 runs on 4 hits for Merchant Marine, looking for more as Lewis and Sarah stands in. And Ranowski's first pitch low, ball 1. Andrew Ardito, the book is not closed on him. Currently at 4 2/3, 9 hits, 7 runs, only 2 of them earned. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. And Ranowski trying to keep this game close going to the bottom of the 5th. 1-0 sails to the backstop. And down to third goes Olivares. So wild pitch on Ranowski. Second wild pitch of the inning for St. Joe's. Ranowski on the year, he's 0-2. This is his 6th appearance, a 9 ERA for Ryan. And the wild pitch walk would be next. 3-0. Off. It looked like it was off the plate, but it was deemed a strike 3-1, so Ranowski gets the benefit of a call on 3-0. How much of an aggressive lead will Olivares get on third with 2 out? 3-1 from Ranowski. It swung on a missed challenge with a fastball and blew it right by Lewis and Sarah, the freshman, 3-2. And you hear Mike Notebart say, use the yard. That's something he likes his hitters doing. Using the whole field, especially with 2 outs, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch is way outside, ball 4. So St. Joe's pitching, who had not walked a batter coming into this inning, is their 3rd walk here in the 5th inning. Braden Vasquez, who started the rally with a leadoff walk, will take his 2nd at bat here in the top of the 5th. Walked and scored about 20 minutes ago. Bats with 2 on and 2 out. Showing bunt and bluffing for a strike 0-1. With the corners covered 2 out, Bears have already scored a run on the Little League play with a steal of 2nd and home. Does Mike Notebart go that direction? Ranowski is swung on, hit toward left field. This ball has some carry to it, and that ball is off the wall in a hop. In to score is Olivares. Around third is in Sarah. He scores. It's a 2-run double for Braden Vasquez. And the wheels have come off for St. Joe's here in the 5th. It's a 7-run Merchant Marine inning, and they extend their lead to 9-5. So that closes the book on Ardito. Ardito 4 2/3, 9 hits, 8 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 94 pitches. And Ranowski already a run charged to his ledger. Now Jack Millen, who walked his first time up in this long 5th inning, takes low ball 1. So Braden Vasquez, first game since March 25th, has yet to be retired. Tripled, walked, and doubled. And the 1-0 from Ranowski is low and away, 2-0. The RBIs for Vasquez, his 12th and 13th of the year. And now Millen ahead in the count, 2-0. As the Mariners look for more. In an inning they were once down by 3, 2-0. This is low, 3 balls, no strikes. So Ranowski, who we mentioned has struggled with his control this year, not doing himself any favors. Here in the 5th behind Millen, 3-0 with Landon Trout on deck. 3-0 from Ranowski. Catches the outside edge. Might have been a little bit low, but Ryan gets the benefit of a call. It's 3-1. Three and one coming from Ranowski to Millen. And it's low and away, ball 4. 4th walk of the inning for St. Joe's Brooklyn pitching. Second time Millen has drawn a free pass here in the 5th. And now Landon Trout, who had an infield single to short. His first time up in this 5th inning, that loaded the bases at the time. Mariners 7 runs in the inning, and 5 of them have scored with 2 outs. And the pitch out and outside to Trout, 1-0. As this last out has been hard to come by for St. Joe's here in the 5th. Since there were 2 outs, Gomez singled to tie the game. Kruger homered on the inside the Parker to put the Mariners in front. Olivares doubled, as that's up and away at 2-0. And Serra walked in front of the 2-run double by Vasquez, and most recently the Millen walk. And Ranowski all over the place is behind on Trout, 2-0. With Tommy Chiappetti on deck. 2-0. That's low and away, 3-0. So Ranowski, who has come in and only added lighter fluid to the fire, in danger of yet another walk here in the 5th inning. 3-0 to Trout is in there, 3-1. St. Joe's, who had not walked a batter coming into this inning, Ardito walked 2 before his exit, and Ranowski 2 walks already in his 13 pitches. 3-1 to Trout. Is swung on, pounded wide of first, foul, 3-2. So that'll give the Mariners a slight advantage with 3-2 and 2 out. Vasquez will be off and running from second, as will Millen from first with 2 out. So a base hit to the outfield will most likely plate another run. 3-2 to Trout is fouled back. Just got a piece of that one, did Trout. To hang in there, count remains at 3-2. There is some stirring around in the St. Joe's Brooklyn bullpen. But with another game behind this one, a 9-inning affair, want to save the bullpen as Trout swings and misses for strike 3 to bring the inning to an end. But not before the Mariners come crashing through the doors with 7 runs on 5 hits, an error and 2 left. And through 4.5 in game 1, it's Merchant Marine 9 and the Bears 5 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Ryan Felton, who has not thrown a pitch in about half an hour, will go back to work in the bottom of the 5th, now on the right side of the stick in this game. We'll take on Joe Meglio as the Bears look to claw back, now down for the first time today, 9-5. Joe is 0 for 2 today with an RBI ground out to second his last time up on a tremendous diving stop by Serra and a first pitch strike from Felton. It's 0-1. A huge inning for Ryan Felton here after his team just put up a 7 in the top of the inning. So put up a quick 0 as Meglio fouls it back 0-2. It'll be Meglio, Chris Perez, and Doug Pater for the Bears here in the 5th, down by 4 in a 7-inning game. And Andrew Ardito, after his struggles in the 5th, now on the hook. 0-2 to Meglio is low and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Take a quick look around the Skyline Conference here on this Friday afternoon. Mount St. Mary went into Yeshiva and won 2 games as the 1-2 to Meglio is low and away. Knights beat the Maccabees 13-2 and 16-9. That is now 99 losses in a row for the Maccabees. With Lehman on Tuesday night, 2-2 to Meglio was fouled away. As Felton and Meglio putting together a good battle here leading off the 5th. Other doubleheader today, Old Westbury beat Mount St. Vincent 8-1 in Game 1. As that one's over Meglio's head, a breaking ball that slipped out of Felton's hand. Count runs full 3-2. And in Game 2 of that doubleheader up in the Bronx, Mount St. Vincent leading 8-6 in the bottom of the 8th. So to add a little drama for you for that Yeshiva doubleheader against Lehman, we'll tell you about that after this pitch. As Meglio swings and misses strike 3. A firm fastball by Ryan Felton. Second time Meglio has struck out. And now Chris Perez, who was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today. Yeshiva, who has lost 99 in a row, they will take on Lehman on Tuesday afternoon. As that's low. Ball 1. Lehman is on a losing streak of their own of 43. So if they lose on Saturday against CCNY, you will have many folks tuning in to Yeshiva on Tuesday, April 8th, a team that has lost 99 in a row against a team that could be on a 44-game losing streak. 2-0 to Perez is low 2-0. Mariners, who swept Yeshiva last weekend here at Bartizak Field 16-1 and 17-1, as that's at the letters for a strike 2-1. It is a doubleheader at Lehman on Tuesday. So a chance for both teams to end their losing streak with the doubleheader as Perez gets plunked. Second batter that Merchant Marine pitching has hit today. First time Perez is aboard.
Number 41, third baseman Doug Pater.
And now Doug Pater. Pater, who is 2 for 2. Or 1 for 2, excuse me. With a single and a run scored. Felton's first delivery way upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. So after striking out Meglio, Felton has lost the plate just a bit. He plunked Perez, and he misses badly to Pater. Mariners look for 2 on the infield, 1-0 from Felton. Is swung on and missed Pater late on the fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariners pitching. We mentioned the 2-hit batsman. They have walked none today. And struck out 6 as Pater a wave and a miss once again. It's 1-2. Trout, the shortstop for Merchant Marine, towards the bag at second, so the 5.5 hole wide open for Doug. 1-2, he goes to the right side and fouls it off. Count remains 1-2. With Michael Gardner on deck as the Bears try to scratch back here in the 5th inning. Chiappetti way over in the gap in right center. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground left side. Millen to his left. Field throws to second for 1. And Sarah to first is in time for the inning ending around the horn double play. 5-4-3. And we head to the 6th in Kings Point. No runs, no hits, none left because of the double play. It's 9-5 Merchant Marine over St. Joe's on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
one for the.
Sixth inning is upon us here at Bartizak Field. Bears down by a score 9-5. Ryan Ranowski back to work. As we go to the sixth, Tommy Chiappetti will lead it off for Merchant Marine. It'll be Chiappetti, Clapsaddle, and Gomez, 3 right-hand hitters against the right-hander Ranowski, who will try to keep this game right where it is. Here in the sixth, then Chiappetti takes low and in ball 1. Ranowski came on in relief of Andrew Ardito in the fifth, and in his third of an inning surrendered an unearned run. And the 1-0 to Chiappetti over for a strike. It's 1-1. Chiappetti extended his hitting streak to 14 games with a third inning double. Since had a fielder's choice RBIs last time up. 1-1 from Ranowski is on the outside corner. 1-2. Chiappetti didn't like that call. We'll head back in there. Count 1-2. Mariners 9 runs on 10 hits, no errors. Bears 5 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. As Chiappetti pops it sky high on the 1-2. It'll be the shortstop Quinones to put it away for the first out. And now Garrett Clapsaddle. Despite the Mariners' 9-run outburst, is 0 for 3. Has struck out, popped out, and flied out. First one from Ranowski is swung on, hit in the air to left center field. Camarada, a long way to go, and he runs it down. Nice running play by Vincent Camarada to take away an extra base hit from Garrett Clapsaddle for the second out. The only ball to beat Camarada today was the inside the park home run by Crewer that one-hopped the wall in center field. But other than that, Vincent has been sensational running down fly balls out there in center field. Now Christian Gomez, who tied the game with a base hit his last time up, and takes a first pitch strike 0-1. Christian is 1 for 3 with that RBI base hit. And time called. Late time, as a matter of fact. Now the 0-1 coming to Gomez from Ranowski is a breaking ball in there for a strike 0-2. So Ranowski, who issued 2 walks in his third inning in the fifth, has fixed the control here in the sixth, looking for a 1-2-3. 0-2 to Gomez is low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. If Gomez can extend the inning, Luke Crewer, who has 2 home runs, 1 out of the park, 1 inside the park, would be next. As Gomez laces one in the air deep to left center field. Camarada on the run. And Toribio, did he catch it with a slide? He did! A terrific sliding catch by Miguel Toribio in left center field to take away an extra base hit from Christian Gomez. Sensational outfield defense by the Bears in the sixth for the first 1-2-3 inning of the day for either side. No runs, no hits through 5 1/2. Bears have work to do now, down 9-5 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Ryan Felton on for his third inning of work as we go to the bottom of the sixth here in Kings Point. Bears have a 4-run hill to climb. Felton 35 pitches through 2 innings. 2 runs both earned, no walks, 2 strikeouts. He'll take on the lower third of the St. Joe's batting order with Michael Gardner to lead it off, who pops the first pitch foul, 0-1. Michael is 2 for 2 today with 2 singles. All 9 of St. Joe's hits have been singles. 0-1 from Felton to Gardner. Outside corner fastball for a strike, 0-2. It'll be Gardner, Quinones, and back to the top of the order, and Camarada against Ryan Felton, who fires the 0-2 breaking ball. Got him looking. Drops by Clapsaddle, applies the tag. It's a 3-pitch strikeout for Ryan Felton to start the bottom of the 6th. Now Matthew Quinones, who has been up twice and struck out looking both times. The strikeout by Felton is the 7th by Mariners pitching. And a swing and a foul tip by Quinones. It's 0-1. Millen behind the bag at third. 0-1 to Quinones. Fastball strike. It's 0-2. So Felton really using that outside part of the plate against these right-hand hitters here in the 6th. 0-2 coming to Quinones. Is in there. Strike 3 called. 6 pitches, 6 strikes, 2 strikeouts for Ryan Felton as Quinones goes down looking for the third time, excuse me. And now Vincent Camarada, who is 2 for 3 with an RBI single. First one from Felton is a breaking ball that drops in, 0-1. So Ryan Felton has come out pumping here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 0-1 to Camarada is a breaking ball that misses low, and there goes the immaculate inning. So Felton, who had dropped the first 7 in for strikes, throws a ball. Camarada fouls it back, 1-2. So Felton a pitch away from striking out the side on 10 pitches here in the 6th inning. 1-2 to Camarada from Ryan Felton. Vincent, a tough man to strike out, has struck out 4 times all year. And he takes in the dirt. Do they say a half swing? Yes! Camarada went around for strike 3, and Vincent can't believe it. He better be careful so he doesn't get thrown out. As he throws his bat away in frustration, Ryan Felton strikes out the side on 7 pitches as Vincent Camarada furious on the check swing call. No runs, no hits, and Vincent Camarada audibly upset in the Bears dugout all the way up here in the booth. We go to the 7th in Kings Point 9-5 Mariners on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Ryan Ranowski will stay on as we go to the top of the 7th here in a 7-inning game in Kings Point. Game on the doubleheader.
Number 5, the left fielder, Luke Brewer.
Ryan already an inning and a third under his belt. A hit and a run. Luke Crewer, who has 2 home runs today, leads it off in the 7th and takes low ball 1. Crewer, an out-of-the-park home run in the 2nd and an inside-the-park 2-run homer in the 5th. He is 2 for 3. Now has RBI in 9 of his last 10 games. And swings away, lines into left field. That's a base hit. Cut off by Toribio as Luke will hold on at first with a leadoff single. So Crewer's 3rd hit of the day as he keeps on hitting.
Number 45, the designated hitter, Ricardo Olivares.
Already extended the hitting streak to 13 games with that base hit or that home run in the 2nd inning. And now Ricardo Olivares, who has singled and doubled. He is 2 for 3. Check in on Crewer, who's back in there. Crewer came into the day with a conference high 24 RBIs. Well, he can now scratch that up to 27 after his 2 home runs. Another check-in on Crewer from Ranowski. Crewer in stolen bases this year has been quite successful. Despite being big and tall at 6'1", he's 10 for 13. 0-1 to Olivares is carved to the right side, foul, 0-2. Behind Olivares and Sarah Vasquez. And if it goes further than that without a double play, Jack Millen, as the Mariners try to add on here in the 7th. As Crewer gets checked on in again by Ranowski. Bears have lost the last 3 to Merchant Marine going back to 2023. Had a 5-2 lead in this game in the 5th inning. Before 7 Mariners runs in the top of the 5th turned this game upside down. The 0-2 to Olivares. Crewer runs. Pitches strike 3 or strike 2. They may have had the count wrong. Crewer steals the base, his 11th. He's now 11 of 14. It is strike 2 on Olivares. So it's 0-2. Mariners in the stolen base department today. After that Crewer steal, that's their 2nd steal. 0-2 to Olivares, a half swing and a miss on a ball down out of the zone, strike 3. So Ranowski has his first out here in the 7th. It's the 5th strikeout for St. Joe's pitching. Now Lewis and Sarah, who has struck out, flied out to center, and walked. And that one in the dirt, good block by Meglio. 1 ball, no strikes. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th, Bears will have the heart of the order up. Provisiero, Stegmuller, and Terribio, but a wild pitch by Ranowski will send runner down to third and Kruer. So Ranowski, who came in with 8 wild pitches on the season, has thrown his second today. Now up to 10, and St. Joe's forced to bring the infield in with Kruer on third and 1 out. 2-0 from Ranowski is inside ball 3. As in Sarah, the freshman, being disciplined. See if he gets a 3-0 hit sign. Try to put the ball in play to bring Kruer home with a productive out. 3-0 from Ranowski is taken right down the chute, 3-1. Behind in Sarah is Vasquez, and if it goes further than that, Jack Millen for USMMA here in the 7th. 3-1 from Ranowski to Insera. Is swung on and pop foul the right side, 3-2. Not sure what that hit out there, but I heard somebody unleash a few oohs and ahs over there, so not sure if that hit a car out there. But with the parking lots right nearby here at Bartizak Field, certainly a possibility. 3-2 to Insera from Ranowski. Swung on, tapped in front of the plate. Kruer holds it first, and Ranowski never looked up. Ranowski automatically assumed Kruer was going to break for the plate and flip the ball home to Meglia without looking around. It'll go as a fielder's choice,
Number 25, the right fielder.
allowing Insera to reach. And now the corner's covered with 1 out, and Braden Vasquez coming up, who's tripled, walked, and hit a 2-run double in his return to the lineup for the first time since March 25th. Corner infielder at third, Pater, is in. Middle infielder's back for St. Joe's, hoping for 2 as Vasquez flies it into right field. This will get the run in. Stegmuller towards the line, makes the catch in fair territory. Kruer in to score on the sacrifice fly by Braden Vasquez to make it 10-5 Merchant Marine. So the mental mistake by Ryan Ranowski cost the Bears a run.
Number 23, the third baseman, Jack Millen.
Vasquez, his 3rd RBI of the game, now has 14 on the year. And Jack Millen stands in. Millen, who has singled, hit a sacrifice fly, and walked twice in the 7-run 5th inning. Ranowski's delivery in there for a strike, 0-1. With 2 outs and Sarah on first, we'll see if Lewis gets the green light to try to get in scoring position. And he gets checked in on by Ranowski. Second game of our doubleheader will start approximately a half hour after this one ends. That will be the 9-inning game. But the lights will be turned on here at Bartizak Field. 0-1 to Millen from Ranowski. Breaking ball runs inside, 1-1. Ironers' offense has been raging hot the last now 5 games during this 4-game winning streak. They have scored now 65 runs in their last 5 games. The 1-1 to Millen. Fastball in there, 1-2. Landon Trout on deck if Millen can extend the inning. But Ranowski trying to end it right here and get this game to the bottom of the 7th. Infield, outfield straight up against Millen. Long hold by Ranowski, and Sarah's off and moving. Pitch outside, ball 2. Throw down by Meglio's a good one, and Insera is safe. Very close play at second base. The second baseman, Gardner, did a good job trying to get a quick tag down, but Insera just got in there. His second career stolen base. He's now 2 for 2 on the season. And this becomes an RBI chance for Millen. 2-2 delivery is low and away, ball 3. And with 1 out left to get here in the 7th, I am sure Rich Pecoraro does not want to go deeper into the bullpen with 9 more innings to fill after this. 3-2 to Millen. Bears pitching has walked 4 today. Ranowski's 3-2 is swung on, hit in the air to right field. Stegmuller has it lined up, and Chris makes the catch to end the inning. Mariners add a run on 2 hits and leave 1 through 6.5. It's the Mariners 10, the Bears 5 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Ryan Felton back out there for a 4th inning of relief work as we go to the bottom of the 7th here in Kings Point. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 in the Bears batting order. Joe Proviciero to lead it off, and Felton fires a strike. It's 0-1. Ryan Felton, who struck out the side in the 6th on 10 pitches, trying to lock down game 1, and he fires a strike at the letters. It's 0-2. Proviciero, he's been hit by a pitch and had an RBI single, also hit a comebacker. 0-2 from Felton is swung on, tap foul at the plate as Proviciero hangs in there. It'll be Proviciero, Stegmuller, and Toribio for the Bears here in the 7th as they try to scratch their way back from down 5, a game they once led by 3. And Ryan Felton trying to close it out for himself. He's on the right side of the stick in this game. 0-2, and Proviciero takes high, ball 1. Mariners 10 runs, 12 hits, no errors. Bears 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error in the 7th as Proviciero a good eye. As Joe able to lay off that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Felton, since surrendering the 2 runs in the 4th, has been superb with a scoreless 5th and scoreless 6th. That's high, ball 3. So the last thing in the world Ryan Felton wants to do with a 5-run lead is walk the leadoff batter. He's gone full on Proviciero. Payoff pitch from Felton is up high, ball 4. So Ryan Felton, after striking out the side on 10 pitches in the 6th, issues a leadoff walk here in the 7th. And now Chris Stegmuller, who is 2 for 3 with 2 singles today, I would imagine Proviciero not thinking about going anywhere down by 5 as Stegmuller takes a first pitch strike. It's 0-1. David Cherwanek started for Merchant Marine with the first 3, and Ryan Felton has been out there since. 0-1 from Felton. Skips in the dirt, ball 1. We mentioned Felton can be used as a starter and reliever. Had that 6-inning performance against Wabash down in Florida on March 15th. 1-1 from Felton to Stegmuller. Backs up inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. And for this St. Joe's offense, as a throw over on Provisiero. Can't get picked off in this spot, but he got back in there. Bears led 5-2 after 4, and they have not had a hit since that 2-run 4th inning. They've been held hitless through the 5th, 6th, and so far here in the 7th. But Felton has had struggles with the command here in the bottom of the 7th. He'll get a visit from Garrett Klopsaddle before this 2-1 coming to Stegmuller. Provisiero, I'd imagine he keeps that lead even shorter after being checked in on by Felton. Felton out of the stretch brings home the 2-1. And it's hit in the air, left center field. Well hit Chiappetti over. Able to pick it off, 1 out. Bad break for Stegmuller as he hit the tar to that ball, but right at Chiappetti, who drifted to his right to make the catch for the first out here in the 7th. And now Miguel Toribio, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI fielder's choice and a single. All 9 of St. Joe's hits today have been 1-baggers as Toribio takes a one off the plate, ball 1. And Felton a long look in, thought he had strike 1. Miguel Toribio trying to keep the line moving here in the bottom of the 7th of a 7-inning game. And he takes a strike, it's 1-1. Behind Toribio is Chris Perez, who's 0 for 2. But it looks like Rich Pecoraro will be going to his bench. 1-1 is a late swing and a miss by Toribio. It's 1-2. Felton already in relief has picked up 5 strikeouts and now 6 as Toribio goes down swinging, and the Bears are down to their final out. First time Toribio has struck out. And now it's Joe Meglio, the last hope for St. Joe's here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Meglio is 0 for 3 with an RBI, a ground out to second. A tremendous diving play by Ansera as Felton pumps a first pitch strike. It's 0-1. Mariners pitching has struck out 10 here in game 1. Felton's 0-1 is fouled away, and the Bears are down to their final strike. And in the last at-bat of game 1, that foul ball by Meglio struck a car. How do we know? The car alarm is going off down the right field line. We think. So 0-2 to Meglio is outside ball 1. So just as about it looks like game 1 is about to come to a close, a long night may be about to begin for the owner of that car. Hope he has a good insurance company. The 1-2 is low, 2-2. And for you St. Joe's fans who are here in the stands or watching at home, if you ever come here to Bartizak Field for a game, park as far away from the field as possible, just for that reason. 2-2 to Meglio from Felton is low ball 3. Going is Provicio, and a tremendous play by Trout to keep that ball from going into center field. So Provisiero down by 5 runs takes second. We'll see if he gets a stolen base or defensive indifference. But neither Ansera or Trout was ready to cover second base. So Meglio making Felton work. 3-2 delivery is swung on, hit on the ground to second. Felton off the mound, can't get it. Gomez does, on to Felton to first to end the ball game. The USMMA Mariners win it as the road team on their home field 10-5 in game 1 of this Skyline Conference doubleheader. The Bears had themselves a 5-2 lead with 9 more outs to get headed to the 5th inning, but a 7-run 5th inning by Merchant Marine sinks the Bears ship as St. Joe's drops their 4th in a row to the Mariners by a score of 10-5. Your final totals here in Game 1. The victorious Mariners, 10 runs on 12 hits, no errors. And for the Bears in defeat, the Bears, 5 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. They are held hitless over their last 3 innings. Mariners left 6 on base. Bears left 6 on base as well. Ryan Felton is your winning pitcher in relief with his 4 innings of work as he wins the game for himself to move to 2-3 on the year. And in defeat, Andrew Ardito for St. Joe's takes the loss. He is now 0-3. Bears drop to 2-8 on the year. That is their 6th straight loss. Now 0-3 in conference play, and the Mariners with the victory move to 11-8 overall, 3-0 in conference with their 5th straight win. Game 2 will start right around 7:30 here at Bardazac Field. Hope you'll stay with us. We'll take a break for now in Kings Point. Once again, the final score in Game 1, the Mariners 10 and the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears 5. We'll see you at 7:30 for Game 2 of our doubleheader on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. We are back here at Bardizac Field getting set for Game 2 of our Skyline doubleheader here in Kings Point with the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears as the home team here on the Mariners home field at Bardizac Field. George Whitbread here with you for Game 2 of our doubleheader as well after the Mariners won Game 1 by a score of 10-5 in large part thanks to a 7-run top of the 5th inning. Luke Crew led the way, the reigning Skyline Rookie of the Week for Merchant Marine with 2 homers, 1 inside the park and 1 out of the park, 3 RBIs. Let's take a look at the lineups for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Same exact Game 1 lineup for Mike Notebart minus the starting pitcher. Jack Millen at third, fresh off his 200th career hit. Landon Trout bats second and short, number 1. Tommy Chiappetti in center field, number 10, bats third. Cleaning up is Garrett Clapsaddle behind the plate, number 8. Batting fifth is Christian Gomez, the first baseman, number 18. Luke Crew bats sixth in left field, number 5. Hitting seventh is Ricardo Olivares, the DH, number 45. Lewis and Sarah bats eighth at second base, number 14. And Braden Vasquez in right field, number 25, bats ninth. And the senior from Land O'Lakes, Florida, Jacob Severson, on the mound for Kings Point as they go for the doubleheader sweep here in Game 2. For St. Joe's, they look to secure a split of this evening's doubleheader. Here's how the Bears line up. Vincent Camarada leads it off in center field. Number 2, Matt Arcadi, who did not play in Game 1, will get the start in left field. Number 4, Miguel Toribio, who was in left field in Game 1, will DH and bat third. Andrew Arduto, who was on the mound in Game 1 for 4 2/3 innings, will be at first base cleaning up, number 25. Chris Stegmuller in right field, number 24, bats fifth. Doug Pater bats sixth at third base, number 41. Joe Meglio behind the plate, once again, number 29, bats seventh. And Michael Gardner bats eighth. Matt Quinones bats ninth. And on the mound for St. Joe's is the man on your screen, number 10, Joe Proviciero. So quite a day by Proviciero, whose day started getting hit by a pitch in the ear hole, is back out there on the mound for Game 2. He'll take on Jack Millen to lead it off, and Proviciero's first pitch of Game 2 is in there for a strike. It is 0-1 underway at 7:30 on the button here in Kings Point for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Millen in Game 1, 1 for 2, a run scored, 2 walks. And that one hit was his 200th career hit, and he'll line out to left to start Game 2. Jack hit a bullet that time, but right to our caddy in left field to make the catch. So welcome to the doubleheader, Matt Arcadi to pick off Millen's line drive on the L7. And now Landon Trout. Trout, who had a big infield single in Game 1 during the 7-run 5th inning, as that one goes to the backstop for ball 1.
I'm sorry. I just saw Josh behind. I'm sorry.
Trout 1 for 4 with a strikeout in Game 1. 1-0 to Trout, misses down and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Joe Proviciero, the right-hander wearing number 10, deals the 2-0 to Trout, and it's up and away, 3-0. Bears pitching in the first game walked 4, struck out 4. And Trout ahead early in the count, 3-1. Pitch from Proviciero is up and away, ball 4. So a good start to the second game for Landon Trout with a 1-out walk. And now up comes Tommy Chiappetti. Chiappetti, who extended his hitting streak to 14 games in Game 1 with a double, takes his first at bat of Game 2. And for Proviciero on the year, it's his second career start. He is 0-0 with a 15.75 ERA in 4 innings. The sophomore from Ozone Park fires that one outside, ball 1. So 5 straight balls for Proviciero after getting Millen to fly out to start the game. In his only other start this year, Provisiero 4 innings against Valley Forge, 7 hits, 7 runs all earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. As Chiappetti on the 0-1 drives it deep to left field, and that ball is off the wall on a couple of hops. Trout flies around third to score the first run of the game. It's a ringing RBI double for Tommy Chiappetti, who now has a 15-game hitting streak. And the Mariners offense off and running in game 2. 3 batters in with a 1-0 lead. Chiappetti smoked that ball to left. And our Katie had no chance to get that screamer off the wall. It bounced around for a moment. And now Chiappetti has come all the way around. Are they calling this a home run? We'll have to wait and see. Or now they're going to send him back to second base. So it looked like for a moment they were going to. So a brief review for a moment.
Home run because it's past the fence.
They call it a double for the moment. It's an RBI for Chiappetti. Now Garrett Clapsaddle will try to get a look at that replay between innings. As Garrett Clapsaddle rolls one up the third base line. Nice play by Provisiero. For out number 2, up to third goes Chiappetti. It's one of those in-betweeners where you need a good throw on the run from your pitcher. And Provisiero able to make the play.
Number 18, first baseman Christian Gomez.
Now Christian Gomez, who in game 1 went 1 for 4, the run scored, drove in the tying run with a base hit, and scored the go-ahead run on Crewers inside the park 2-run homer. And Provisiero pops in a strike. It's 0-1. The RBI for Chiappetti is his second of the doubleheader after 1 in game 1. And Provisiero's 0-1 hit on the ground left side. Pater to his left, throws across the diamond in time to get Gomez to end the inning, but not before the Mariners hop in front on Chiappetti's RBI double. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 left. At the end of a half, it's the Mariners 1 and the Bears coming to bat on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Sports Network. We go to the bottom of the first here in Kings Point. Mariners leading the Bears early 1-0 on the RBI double by Tommy Chiappetti. Vincent Camarada, who went 2 for 4 in game 1, takes a first pitch from the senior from Land O'Lakes, Florida, Jacob Severson. For Merchant Marine, the game 2 starter. Severson on the year, a 3.18 ERA, a 2-0 record. And he's quickly ahead of Vincent 0-2. Severson in 22 2/3 innings this year. 18 hits, 13 runs, 8 of them earned. 17 walks, 29 strikeouts. 0-2 to Camarada. Is in there, strike 3 called. So Severson picks up right where Ryan Felton left off in game 1. Felton, who struck out 6 in his 4 innings of work in game 1. Severson picks up the 3-pitch punch-out to start the bottom of the first. Now Matt Arcadi did not start in game 1. And Severson's first pitch fouled down the left field line near the Bears dugout, 0-1. Arcadi on the year, 235. No homers and 3 driven in. 0-1 from Severson is upstairs to the backstop. 1 ball, no strikes. Severson, the hold on the 1-1. Delivers to Arcadi and down and in, and he's hit by the pitch. So after Provis Sierra was hit in the first inning in game 1, Arcadi gets plunked on the ankle here in game 2. Now Miguel Toribio, the DH here in game 2, after starting in right field in game 1. And it looks like for the second straight game today, Garrett Clapsaddle has an equipment issue with his catcher's vest. And Mike Notebard on his way out to try to fix something on the equipment of Garrett Clapsaddle before Severson takes on Toribio. Could be a loose strap or something like that. Remember, Clapsaddle had to get a bit of a band-aid in game 1 on his hand or arm. Not sure what it is here. But Clapsaddle still getting tended to out there. As Mike Notebart's still out there. Looks like the strap on the back of the catcher's vest. But Clapsaddle's good to go now. Toribio. Who started in left field in game 1. 1 for 4 with an RBI base hit. Severson's first delivery is in there, a strike, 0-1. Jacob Severson, his third start of the year. The 0-1 misses low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Severson's last appearance came in the doubleheader against Yeshiva on Sunday for the Mariners. A scoreless inning where he struck out the side. 1-1-2 Toribio is hit in the air, right center field. Chiappetti over. As Chiappetti let it drop, and it's a base hit. Arcadi was off and running with the pitch and was on his way back to first, but then Chiappetti let that ball land in front of him. One of the stranger plays you'll see. Chiappetti looked like he had that ball lined up and let it land in front of him. So it's a gift wrap base hit for Miguel Toribio, his second hit of the doubleheader. And now Andrew Ardito, who takes low and in ball 1. Ardito took the loss on the mound in game 1. 4 2/3, 8 runs, only 2 of them earned. But now Andrew in the batter's box in game 2. Leads the team with 11 RBIs, and he takes a big rip and a miss. It's 1-1. 233 on the year for Ardito. No homers in those aforementioned 11 runs driven in. First and second, 1 out, as the Bears look to even this game right back up in the home first. And a check back on Arcadi's back in there. Mariners play the infield back up the middle, looking for two to get Severson back in the dugout. And Ardito takes off the plate in the low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Behind Andrew Ardito is Chris Stegmuller. Chiappetti shaded slightly towards that right center gap out there in center field. 2-1 is down. 3 balls, 1 strike. And Severson wanted that call, but didn't get it. Now Jacob in danger of walking the bases loaded. Dangerous pitch on 3-1 to Ardito. Is at the knees, a strike. 3-2. Ardito didn't think so. But now, with 3-2 and 1 out, do Arcadi and Camarada get the automatic start from first and second? They stay put, and Andrew fouls it back to the screen to stay alive. So a tough, long battle between Severson and the Bears' leading RBI man, Andrew Ardito, a two-way player for Rich Pecoraro. Another payoff pitch. The runners stay put again, and Ardito launches in the air deep to right field. Back toward the wall goes Vasquez, and it's out of here. Andrew Ardito, his first home run of the year, delivers a long, long 3-run homer deep into the trees in right field. Ardito, after working hard on the mound in Game 1, comes up to bat for the first time in today's doubleheader and unloads a 3-run homer deep into the night here in Kings Point. First here at Kings Point as Stegmuller takes inside ball 1. In this very large ballpark here at Bartizak Field, very rarely do you get one out of here, but you knew right off the bat that Andrew Ardito got all that one and sent it out toward the flagpole in right field. Now Stegmuller, even in the count 1-1. And Chris takes one low, 2 balls, 1 strike. So Severson not getting the low part of the zone early in this first inning. Finds himself down 3-1. 2-1 to Stegmuller, came right at him with a fastball, and it's 2-2. Severson's 2-2 to Stegmuller, swung on and missed. Strike 3, so after falling behind 2-1, Severson goes to 2 straight fastballs to blow away Chris Stegmuller for out number 2. Now Doug Pater, who came in on a 2-for-15 funk in Game 1, picked up 2 base hits in the Game 1 loss for St. Joe's. Severson's first delivery drops in a breaking ball, a strike, 0-1. For Andrew Ardito at the plate, I mentioned it's the first home run of his season. We'll first say the 0-1 to Pater's, another breaking ball in for a strike, 0-2. Oh-2 from Severson to Pater is fouled at the plate. Doug just got a piece of that one to stay alive. If Pater can extend the inning, Joe Meglio would be next. And how big does that misplayed fly ball by Tommy Chiappetti look now that came in front of that Ardito 3-run homer? Pater fights it off again to stay alive. So a hard-working inning for the senior Jacob Severson, and good bounce back by the Bears after dropping Game 1. Come out with a big swing from Andrew Ardito to jump in front early, 3-1. 0-2 from Severson to Pater again. That one skips to the backstop, ball 1. Both teams were able to get through Game 1 with only using 2 pitchers. For Rich Pecoraro, he only needed to use Ardito and Ranowski. And for Mike Notobart and Merchant Marine, he only had to use Cherwanick and Felton. 1-2 from Severson to Pater. Swung on, fouled away again. This turning into a terrific at bat for Doug Pater, who quickly fell down in the count 0-2. But 6 pitches later, he's still going. Trying to keep this 3-run inning going for St. Joe's. Another 1-2 from Severson is up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So nice work by Pater to work it from 0-2 to 2-2. Infield, outfield, straight up for Merchant Marine, except for Chiappetti, who has moved way over in that right center gap. 2-2 to Pater. Fouled away again. There'll be an 8th pitch. This is a wonderful at bat by Doug Pater, as Severson approaching 20 pitches here in the first inning. My apologies. That was his 22nd pitch of the inning. He just crossed over. But this is a 9-inning game, folks. A lot of innings for Mike Notebart to cover. For a team that has a doubleheader on Sunday against Manhattanville, you want to save that bullpen. Another pitch to Pater. That time he goes down swinging. But if nothing else, Doug Pater just ran Jacob Severson's pitch count up by 8 pitches. But after 1 inning, it's St. Joe's 3 and Merchant Marine 1, thanks to Andrew Ardito's 3-run homer. 3 runs, 2 hits, none left. At the end of 1, it's Bears 3, Mariners 1 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Sports Network. Top of the second is upon us here at Bardazac Field. Bears in front just as they were in Game 1 after 1 inning by 2 runs. They were up 2-0 after 1 inning in Game 1, now up 3-1 after 1 inning in Game 2. Luke Crewer, coming off his first career 2-home-run game, will lead it off for Merchant Marine here in the top of the second against Joe Provisiero. And Joe's first pitch down low, ball 1. Crewer in Game 1, we mentioned the 2 homers, 3 RBIs, now 27 on the year. He takes a strike 1-1. The 27 RBI leads the Skyline Conference. And Crewer now has RBI in 9 of his last 10 games. 1-1. Luke got tied in a knot and fouled it off. That was up and in. Looked like it would have been ball 2. Crewer, Olivares, and Insera against Provisiero here in the top of the second. Breaking ball runs in, inside. 2 balls and a strike to Crewer. Another breaking ball. This one in there. Strike 3 called. Crewer tried to almost lean into it. He stayed right over the inside corner, but it backed up over the inside edge. And Provisiero picks up his first strikeout as he gets Kruger looking. So Kruger homered in the second inning of game 1 to cut the Bears lead in half. Strikes out to start this top of the second. Now Ricardo Olivares, who is 2 for 4 in the opener, scored a run and also struck out. That breaking ball hits Olivares. So the Mariners, who lead the Skyline Conference in hit by pitch. There's another one.
Number 14, the second baseman, Lewis Insera.
As Olivares gets plunked on a breaking ball. Now Lewis and Sarah will come up as the tying run. For Ricardo Olivares, that is the third time. And for Joe Provis, no strikes. And 2-0 and Sarah is in there 2-1. A fastball from Provisiero found the outside edge. And these are spots 1 on, 1 out. Mike Notobart loves to dip into his bag. After Joe Meglio's foul ball in game 1 set somebody's alarm off. Hope everyone was all right. Bears infield back for 2 up the middle. Back, and he runs it down shy of the wall for the second out. Olivares back to first, and Sarah gave it a ride. But Vincent Camarata has played a sensational center field over the course of this doubleheader. Has great range out there. That was a long fly ball by that Andrew Ardito struggled to do in game 1, which would be net 0. After your team gives you the lead. For the Olivares and a I would imagine the conversation on the mound there had to do something with you. Got 9 gloves out there, including your own. This huge ballpark. Landon Trout, the scheduled hitter, not a huge power threat.
Number 1, the shortstop, Landon Trout.
But he is a contact threat, and he is the number 2 batter on the Mariners. Landon, after a 1 for 4 game in game 1. The first baseman tied the game up here. Now Michael Gardner, who got off the schneid in game 1, was 0 for his last 9 before he went 2 for 3 with a run scored. And he takes one on the outside corner 0-1. When Severson has been working here, working well I should say, he's been commanding that fastball on the outside edge. 0-1 to Gardner. Swung on for Gardner, fouls it away. It off somebody's car over there. Another foot higher, and that ball would have sailed over the protective netting 0-2. If Quinones can extend the inning, it would go back to Vincent Camarata, the leadoff man on deck. 0-2 from Severson is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, 2 from Severson to Quinones. Fouled off. A strikeout. In the home second, no runs, no hits. Remains 1-2. After he apologized for your stream, a little St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Wi-Fi had a little hiccup here in the booth. Be another 1-2 to Quinones from Severson. How Gomez did he get out of the way? Somehow Gomez avoided getting hit by that ball as he squared to bunt. But Provisiero that close to hitting the batter of the game. 1-0 to Gomez. Will he show bunt again? He does, and he bunts it beautifully up the third base line. Could be trouble for Provisiero off the mound. The throw is in time. Heck of a play by Joe Provisiero, and a great bunt by Gomez. It'll go down as a sacrifice, 1-3. And now the tying runs are in scoring position with Luke Crewer coming up. Gomez almost legged that out for a bunt base hit, and Provisiero able to throw that ball slightly off balance to at least get one out. Now Crewer, who's looking his first time up, and a breaking ball bends inside, ball one. Crewer, if he knocks in a run here, he'll have RBI in 10 of his last 11 games. With 27 on the year, 1-0 from Provisiero is down, 2 balls, no strikes, and dancing aggressively down that third base line is Chiappetti. Tommy Chiappetti's already stolen home once this year, did it in a double steal. 2-0 to Crewer, very dangerous pitch coming up here, and it's low, ball 3. So does Crewer get a hit sign on 3-0 with second and third, one out? Ricardo Olivares on deck. 3-0 to Crewer, who takes it low, ball 4. So Provisiero for the second straight inning has loaded the bases. Mariners have had 6 base runners the last 2 innings and only 1 hit. There have been 2 hit batsmen, 3 walks, and a single. And now Ricardo Olivares comes to bat with the bases loaded and 1 out. With the Mariners down. Came in with 16. And he's ahead in the count here, 2-1 as that misses low. So Joe Provisiero, not making it easy on himself, has pinned himself into a corner. Olivares 2 for 4 in game 1 with a run scored. Looking at least to pick up Chiappetti from third with less the outside corner with a fastball, 2-2. Looking at least to pick up Chiappetti from third with less the outside corner with a fastball, 2-2. So Joe Provisiero not backing down. The bases loaded, went right to the bases loaded, went right to the fastball. And now Olivares is well beyond Ardito's reach, who gave it a comical reach of the glove over the fence by the Mariners bullpen. For St. Joe's in this doubleheader would be next. 0-1 to Insera. Little blooper towards short. On a hop, it's bobbled by Quinones. That'll bring home a run. Would have been quite an athletic play by Matt Quinones had he been able to pick up that ball on a hop and step on set. Be a base hit, an RBI for Insera, or a fielder's choice. In any event, it's 3-2. Rich Pecoraro popped out of the dugout for a moment. And now an even larger at bat with Braden Vasquez up, a chance to put the Mariners in front. Unable to navigate through this jam. Gives us a bloop to Insera. Bases remain loaded, and Vasquez takes a strike. It's 1-1. If Vasquez, Mariners were down by 2 in game 1, came back to win 10-5. They're cut a 2-run deficit to 1, and now Vasquez lines one to Quinones at short, who plays on a hop and feeds Gardner To end the inning, a 6-4 fielder's choice gets Joe Provicio out of the third inning with the lead intact. Mariners leave the bases loaded, but scratch out a run on Encera's bloop. And after 2.5, it's still 3-2 Bears on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Sports Network.
Disappointed that you didn't bring it in.
Jacob Severson back to work as we go to the bottom of the third with the Bears on top 3-2. He'll take Vincent Camarata. Second go around the batting order for St. Joe's, and it's outside ball one. I'm a run closer on Encera's bloop in the top of the inning. And that one missed up, or did they call it a swing? It's 3-0. Camarata able to stop the swing in time. 3-0 is high, ball four. So that's not what Jacob Severson wanted to do after getting a run of support in the top of the inning. And Arcadi, who was hit by a pitch on the ankle his first time up, stands in. He was hit before Toribio singled and Ardito hit the 3-run homer. And bunted it foul. Mariners back up the middle for two. Millen now on the edge of the grass at third. Does Arcadi have another bunt in him? He does, and did he get hit again? It looks like it didn't hit him, and Camarata scampers down to second. That is a very wild pitch for Jacob Severson. I'm not sure how that missed, hitting Arcadi in the leg. But that ball skipped by Arcadi and then deflected all the way near the Bears on deck circle. So a runner in scoring position and nobody out. Now Arcadi would really expect a bunt. Does not bunt here, and he gets plunked again. So he did quite a Houdini act not to get hit a moment ago, and that time he gets drilled. So 2 plate appearances, 2 hit by pitches for Matt Arcadi. So after not playing game 1, it's been a very painful start to Mr. Arcadi's day. And now Miguel Toribio, who singled his first time up in front of Andrew Ardito's 3-run homer. So Severson has walked 1 and hit 2. And after a walk and hit by a pitch to start the third, Lou Bernardi, the slow walk out to the mound to take the temperature of his senior right-hander, Jacob Severson. This is an entire infield meeting as Encera comes down from second. But Millen and Trout stayed put. So now Miguel Toribio, a chance to stretch this Bears lead right back out. This game looking very similar to game one. Bears had a 2-run lead early. Mariners cut into it 3-2. Bears then stretched it out to 5-2 in game one. And Toribio takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. A lot of ones in the box score for St. Joe's Brooklyn, especially in the runs and hits department. 0-1, Toribio tops it up the third base line, and it rolls foul. That would have been big-time trouble for the Mariners if it was fair, but Severson wisely waited for that ball to roll foul before touching it. It's 0-2. Who has the biggest hit in this game, a 3-run homer in the first inning. Missed outside. On a bit of a slider there from Jacob Severson, 1-2. Chiappetti with 2 strikes moves slightly over to the gap in right center. 1-2 to Toribio from Severson. Breaking ball slash to the right side. Look out for your cars out there. And I believe that one landed in a parking spot that was unattended. So not hear any loud clunks out there. Millen even with the bag at third. Another 1-2 for Severson. And a breaking ball skips in, and it will go as a wild pitch. A short wild pitch, but a wild pitch nonetheless. As Clapsaddle couldn't control it. Up to third goes Camarada. Down to second goes Arcadi. And now, what will Mike Notebart do with his infield defense down by a run in the third inning? It looks like they will all play halfway. 2-2 to Toribio is in the dirt, ball 3. So Joe Provisiero, who loaded the bases twice each of the last 2 innings, only giving up 1 hit. Severson in danger of loading the bases without giving up hit here in the third. Payoff pitch from Severson to Toribio is hit on the ground left side. A run will score. Trout goes to third, and the throw is not in time. Or is it in time? Yes. It very much looked like Arcadi was in there at third base, but Merchant Marine perhaps catches a huge break. Credit to Jack Millen for keeping the tag on Arcadi. It'll go down as a 6-5 fielder's choice RBI for Toribio. Second one of those we've seen in this doubleheader. So it's 4-2 Bears as Camarada came in to score. And now Andrew Ardito swings away on the first pitch and dumps it into left field for a base hit. Crewer can't cut it off. It goes all the way to the wall. Steaming his way around third is Toribio. The throw to the plate is there, and Toribio is out. What a relay throw from short. Landon Trout on the feed from Crewer. Guns down. Miguel Toribio at the dish. 2 men down. Up to third on the play goes Ardito. So on the play, it is a 7-6-2 out at the plate. It's a double for Ardito. Give him third on the throw. And it remains 4-2. Now Stegmuller takes low and away ball 1. Stegmuller, who struck out his first time up. So the Bears giving Severson problems here in the third. 1-0 on the corner, outside edge, 1-1. 1-1 coming from Severson to Stegmuller is lashed foul toward the Merchant Marine dugout, 1-2. So Severson, after all the trouble he's endured here in the third inning, a chance to get out of it, only 1 run. That came in on the fielder's choice. There very well could be no outs in this inning, folks, with the close play on Arcadi at third and the out at the plate. Stegmuller on the 1-2 takes it outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Millen back at third. Middle infielders back for Merchant Marine as well. Stegmuller, speedster, takes it off the plate somewhere. Not sure where, but it was ball 3. As a tight strike zone on that outside portion. And if Stegmuller can extend the inning, Doug Pater would be next. 3-2 from Severson to Stegmuller. Is swung on line to the right side. And into the parking lot again, but I did not hear any clanks of vehicles out there. Chiappetti, after a couple of foul balls to the right side, has moved way over in that right center gap. Another payoff from Severson is a breaking ball. Lines foul of the screen again. And Chris Stegmuller putting together quite an at-bat here in the 3rd inning. It's been a very hard-working 2 2/3 for Jacob Severson, who's approaching 60 pitches here. Another one to Stegmuller's grounded on the right side. Gomez, the flip to Severson covering to end the inning. But the Bears get a run back. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left through 3. It's the Bears 4 and the Mariners 2 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
Number 23, Jack Miller.
Second go around the lineup for Joe Provisiero will take on Jack Millen to lead off the 4th. Or third go around, excuse me. George Whitbread back with you. Glad you're with us. Millen has flied out to left and walked as Provisiero in need of a 0 after getting the run back on the RBI fielder's choice last inning by Toribio. 1-0 to Millen, swung on, whacked foul down the third base line, 1-1. Joe Provisiero has walked a tightrope through his first 3 innings. Despite giving up 2 runs on 2 hits, he has been able to strand 7 Mariners on base over the first 3 innings. 1-1 to Millen. Breaking ball popped up right side. Ardito hoping for a play, but it lands in the bullpen. 1-2. It'll be Millen, Trout, and Chiappetti for Merchant Marine here in the 4th as they look to climb back down 4-2. 1-2 coming from Provisiero. It's a breaking ball hit in the air to left field and well back toward the wall. Of the year was an inside the Parker last week against Yeshiva, and a lightning bolt from the senior Jack Millen pulls the Mariners back within a run.
Number 1, the shortstop, Landon Trout.
Good job, Hayden.
For Millen, the RBI is his 18th. Now Landon Trout swings away first pitch, carves it down the left field line, and that'll land foul. Quite an effort by Arcadi out there. But that one landed foul on a hop. So it was the third home run of the day for Merchant Marine. 0-1 to Trout is popped in the air left center field. Arcadi hoping to play on this one. Calls off Camarada and makes the two-hand squeeze chest high out number one. So Trout retired for the first out, and now Tommy Chiappetti. Chiappetti 2 for 2 so far here in game 2.
Center fielder Tommy Chiappetti.
Chiappetti in game 1, 1 for 4, the run scored and an RBI. And he's 2 for 2 here in game 2 with an RBI double and a single. And Chiappetti able to hold up. "1-0 is upstairs 2-0. Chiappetti, if you tack on his stats for today, he is 31 for 74 on the year. Came in batting .412. 17, and he's ahead in the count 3-0. And the way Tommy Chiappetti has been swinging it, making a bid for Skyline Player of the Week 3-0 is low ball 4. So 3 at bats and 4. He retired, a double, a single, and a walk. And now Garrett Clapsaddle, who grounds it out to the pitcher and has been hit by a pitch. And it looks like a baseball refill before Clapsaddle takes on Provisiero. St. Joe's looks for 2 up the middle. For Merchant Marine, already a stolen base in game 1. And Chris flags it down for out number 2 as Chiappetti holds on at first. So it's an F9 for Clapsaddle. And now Christian Gomez, who's been up twice, put it on the ground both times. Last time was a sacrifice bunt that he almost legged out for a base hit. And you see a lot of these Mariner hitters, especially the right-hand hitters, driving the ball to right field, even Landon Trout driving the ball to left field. Mike Notabar has been preaching that to his hitters to use the whole field, be patient, wait on those breaking balls so that you don't roll your wrists over and hit a ground ball on a ball that you can drive with authority to the opposite field. 1-0 to Gomez from Provisiero, first to check in on Chiappetti. I would not be surprised in the least if he gets a green light to try to steal the base here with 2 outs. 1-0 from Provisiero to Gomez. Chiappetti a big lead. He's going. Gomez takes a strike. Throw down by Meglio is not in time, as the throw was the line a bit again, and Chiappetti remains perfect on the year in stolen bases. And the Mariners remain perfect in stolen bases today, 4 for 4. Next one coming to Gomez is lined in the air deep to left center field. Back goes Arcadi at the wall. And by the skin of his teeth, Joe Provisiero heads back to the dugout with a 4-3 lead. Jack Millen gets the Mariners a run closer with a home run. 4-3 St. Joe's as we go to the bottom of the 4th on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Bottom of the fourth inning is upon us here in Kings Point. Jacob Severson back to work. He'll take on Doug Pater
Hayden. Who was Tall Chris with a
to lead off the fourth.
Do you remember Tall Chris with a K?
Pater 0 for 1. He struck out swinging his first time up and takes a first pitch fastball from Severson. 0 and 1.
So then there was another Chris. His freshman year. I don't know.
0-1 to Pater is downstairs. 1 ball, 1
I
strike.
remember there was a year where there were like 5 Chris's on.
Bears looks like this will be a game they need to keep adding on. 4 runs on 3 hits, 1 error. Mariners on 3 hits, no errors. 1-1 from Severson. Pater is on the outside corner. Pater didn't think so. 1 and 2. It'll be Pater, Meglio, and Gardner for the Bears here in the fourth as they look to extend this 4-3 lead. 1-2 from Severson, and Pater goes down swinging for a second straight appearance. Severson, despite giving up the 4 runs, has been racking up the strikeouts. That's now 6 for Jacob Severson in 3 1/3. Now Joe Meglio, who hit a comebacker his first time up. Severson's first delivery, another fastball, another strike. It's 0-1. And that has been the formula for Severson as of late. The fastball's on the outside part of the plate. 0-1. Goes there again and hits it again on the outside edge. 0-2. So Severson staying with that fastball. He struck out Pater now. He tries to strike out Meglio. 0-2 pitch. That fastball overthrown. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A beautiful night here at Bartizak Field. 63 degrees. Nice cool night for 16 innings of baseball. A skyline matchup, Mariners and the Bears. 1-2 goes to the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Michael Gardner on deck, and if it goes further than that, Matt Quinones for St. Joe's here in the home fourth. 2-2 from Severson. That breaking ball slipped out of his hand, full count. So from 0-2 to 3-2 on Joe Meglio. Severson in need of a shutdown inning. And what do we have here? Looks like time called. Meglio, he does not walk much. Walked 2 times all season. Payoff pitch is outside ball 4. So what do you know? He's walked the 3rd time. And a 1-out base runner for Michael Gardner.
Number 5, the second baseman, Michael Gardner.
Gardner, who struck out swinging his first time up. St. Joe's, they are a rather contact-heavy team, as that's a strike to Gardner on 1. Coming into the day, they had walked 43 times, struck out 62 times. So they do love to swing it out there. Team batting average up to 306 after game 1. And Severson misses outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariners infield back up the middle for 2. Chiappetti shaded toward right center against Gardner, who had a couple of base hits that way in game 1. 1-1, that hit on the ground to the right side again. Insera will elect to go to first with it and get Gardner by a stride. 2 men down. Bit of a double clutch by Insera may have cost him the play in base. But now 2 men down, and it's up to Matt Quinones, who's had a rough doubleheader. He's 0 for 4. Between the 2 games, he has struck out all 4 times. Trying to pick up Meglio from second with 2 out. And on Severson's side of the coin, trying to put up a 0 after Jack Millen got the Mariners a run closer in the top of the inning with his home run. First one from Severson, up high, ball 1. Keeping an eye on the pitch count for Severson. That's 76 pitches now, 77 after that first one to Quinones through 3 2/3. 1-0 to Quinones. Downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. This is the guy you want if you're Severson, with Vincent Camarata on deck for St. Joe's. Quinones averaged down to 269 after those 3 strikeouts in game 1. And that's low, 3-0. So Severson doing himself no favors. We'll see if Quinones has the hit sign on 3-0. I would imagine he has the take sign with a base open and Camarata on deck. 3-0 from Severson. And it's up and away, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to the number 9 hitter, Matthew Quinones, will send it back to the top of the order. And Vincent Camarata,
Number 2, the center fielder, Vincent Camarata.
has 3 walks issued by Severson. He has struck out and walked. Big at bat right in the middle of this game, and Camarata takes a skipper in the dirt, ball 1. So Severson, he's done a little bit of everything over his 3 2/3, giving up 4 runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. So 6 of Severson's 11 outs have been strikeouts and a half swing on a ball in the dirt, and they say no swing, 2-0. So Severson backing himself into a corner. He lost Quinones to a 4-pitch walk. Now he's behind Camarata 2-0 with Matt Arcadi on deck. 2-0 from Severson is nowhere close, 3-0. So Severson a pitch away from loading the bases. And I would imagine Camarata definitely has the red light here to take on 3-0. Left hand hitting Arcadi on deck, who has been hit both times he's been up. 3-0 pitch is right down the middle, strike 1. And Camarata looked like he was ready to toss the bat away and head to first. But he'll head back in there, 3-1. Big pitch coming from Severson to Camarata, and first Vincent Camarata calls timeout before the 3-1. Joe Provistiero's done a good job stranding runners over his first 4 innings, I should say. Severson trying to strand 2 here in the 4th. 3-1 is in there, 3-2. So that'll give automatic starts to Meglio and Quinones from second and first respectively, so a base hit will presumably score a run. Runners get set to go, 3-2 to Camarata. Here it is from Severson, and it's in there, strike 3 called. Very close pitch on the outside corner. Severson got the call on the outside edge to end the inning, and the Bears are turned away in the 4th. No runs, no hits, 2 left through 4. It's still 4-3 Bears on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Joe Provinciero back to work as we go to the fifth inning. Here at Bartizak Field, Luke Kruer to lead it off for Merchant Marine. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. And he swings away first, pops it a mile high, third base side in foul territory. A dive, and Pater couldn't find it. Not sure if Doug lost that one in the night sky or the lights, but Pater seemed to never have a beat on that ball. And in a last-second ditch effort, tried to dive but came up empty. Did not hit his glove, so it's a simple foul ball, strike one on Kruer. No error on the play. 0-1 from Provinciero. Breaking ball, that's hit hard in the left field and drops in for a base hit. So Luke Kruer extends the hitting streak to 13 games with a leadoff single here in the fifth. Now Ricardo Olivares, who was 0 for 1, he's been hit by a pitch and popped up to short. And Kruer, the tying run on first with nobody out. Bears again play Quinones and Gardner, but back for two, a couple of strides in. First one low to Olivares, ball one. How far does Rich Pecoraro go with Joe Provinciero? Making his sixth start of the year, the sophomore. And a throwback on Kruer, he's in there.
No. I'm in the obstructed use. Mine was much cheaper than yours.
And Provinciero noticeably slowing it down with Kruer on first, the tying run. Olivares takes high, 2-0. Provinciero, his seventh game overall, his second start. If he records an out here in the fifth inning, it'll be his longest start of the year. He went 4 innings against Valley Forge back on March 12th. 2-0 to Olivares is low, 3-0. So after giving up a base hit to Kruer, after Pater misplayed the foul pop-up, Provinciero behind Olivares, 3-0, with Lewis and Sarah on deck. See if Olivares gets the green light. He does not, and it's in there, 3-1. Just called the inside corner. Sierra. And now Ricardo Olivares can switch to hitting on 3-1. And another check-in on Kruer, who stole a base in game one, now 11 of 14 in stolen bases this year. 3-1 to Olivares from Provinciero, and it's outside and low, ball 4. So Joe Provinciero putting himself in immediate danger here in the fifth, a walk and a single with nobody out, and up comes Lewis and Sarah. There is action in the Bears bullpen, and it will be a full meeting on the mounds. All the infielders come on in. For Joe Provinciero, it looks like his day may be done, and it is after 4+ innings. So Provinciero matches his March 12th appearance with 4 innings. New pitcher coming in for the Bears. We'll tell you who it is in a moment on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. New pitcher for Rich Pecoraro
Sarah.
is the senior number 1, Dominic Hummel, the product of the Northern Mariana Islands, which is out in the Western Pacific Ocean. He comes into a big spot here with first and second, nobody out, and his team up by 1 here in the 5th. For Hummel, this is his 3rd appearance of the year. Has an inflated ERA. As Insera shows bunt and gets down a beauty. Pater has to go to first in time for the first out. Moving up are Kruger and Olivares. It's a 5-3 sacrifice, or 5-3 yes for Insera. So the tying run and Kruger's on third, and the go-ahead run on second with Olivares. So Hummel, who had a rough go of it on Tuesday against FDU Florham, gave up 5 runs in a third of an inning. A big spot here as it's Loda Vasquez, 1-0. Braden Vasquez, who's walked and into a fielder's choice, hit a big 2-run double in game 1 to break it open for Merchant Marine in the 7-run 5th inning. 1-0 to Vasquez is swung on, hit into left field, a base hit, and this will give the Mariners the lead. Kruger scores. Behind him is Olivares, and down to second with his second 2-run hit of the doubleheader is Braden Vasquez. And just like that, it's the 5th inning again for the Mariners. They have taken a 5-4 lead. So Vasquez has had a wonderful time of it in the 5th inning today. A 2-run double in the 5th of game 1 and a 2-run single here in the 5th of game 2. Now Jack Millen, who homered his last time up. There goes Vasquez, and he's in there. A heck of a scoop at third base by Doug Pater to save a throwing error and a run. So the stolen base for Vasquez is his 3rd. He's 3 for 3 on the year. Now 1-0 to Millen. Bears bring the infield all the way in, down by a run in the 5th. And Millen takes it wide, 2-0. So Vasquez, after his 3 RBIs in game 1, and tack on 2 here in game 2, 5 RBIs for the doubleheader, now 16 on the year. As Millen drives into right center field, this is trouble. Stegmuller has to play it on a hop. It's a base hit. Vasquez had to hold up, but he comes home to score. It's the 2nd RBI in as many at-bats for Jack Millen, and USMMA stretches their lead out to 6-4. It's the 3rd run of this 5th inning.
Number 1, the shortstop, Landon Trout.
So the RBI for Millen after his home run, his last time up, his 19th of the year. And now Landon Trout, who flied out to left his last time up. That's high ball 1. So that closes the book on Joe Provisiero and his 4+ innings of work. The final line, 4 innings, 76 pitches, 4 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 6 walks, 1 strikeout. Millen goes to second, and he's in there. Very close called second base. Quinones did a great job to apply a quick tag, but Millen called safe at second with the stolen bag. It's the Mariners' 5th stolen base of the doubleheader. And another runner in scoring position. Millen now remains perfect on the year, 8 for 8. 2-0 to Trout is low, ball 3. So Dominic Hummel coming in. Got an out on the sacrifice bunt by Insera, but that's been it. 3-0 to Trout from Hummel is up and away, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Trout, and now the hottest hitter for USMMA coming up, Tommy Chiappetti. already has knocked in an RBI double, a single, and a walk here in game 2. Has his average up to 419 on the year. First and second, one out. Mariners trying to extend their 2-run lead here in the 5th. Humel's first delivery, low ball 1. So Humel, who just issued his first walk here in game 2. Walks have been a problem for Dominic. He's walked 3 in a full inning this year, and he misses badly 2-0.
Joe, what's the score?
It's done.
6-4.
And now a meeting on the mound.
Who won?
71.
Joe Meglio goes to try to calm down his senior hurler, Dominic Humel. Now has 4 walks after that walk to Trout. And he's behind a very dangerous hitter, Chiappetti, 2-0. Big pitch here, and Chiappetti takes a big rip and fouls it back. 2-1. That one was left up from Humel, but Chiappetti got under it and lifted it foul. Behind Chiappetti is Clapsaddle. 2-1 from Humel. A foul tip at the plate, unable to be held on to by Meglio. It's 2-2.
Florida.
Bears in the worst way need Chiappetti to hit a ground ball at one of their infielders. Mariners in the 5th inning today between 2 games. So far have plated 10 runs. Looking for more. 2-2 to Chiappetti. Topped up the first base line. It will stay foul. Could be one of those rare occasions it starts foul and curls its way back fair. But they'll try again on 2-2 to Tommy Chiappetti. Mariners 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Bears 4 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. We're in the 5th of game 2 of our doubleheader between the Mariners and the Bears here at Bardzak Field. 2-2 to Chiappetti. Skips in the dirt. Ball 3. Good block by Meglio. But Dominic Humel really struggling with his commands since coming in for Joe Provisiero here in the 5th. We'll see if the runners go. They do not, and it's way outside for ball 4. He walked him. Second straight walk for Humel in relief.
Number 8, the catcher, Garrett Clapsaddle.
And the bases are loaded with Garrett Clapsaddle coming up. There's nobody up in the St. Joe's bullpen. As Humel now with 5 walks in 3 appearances this year, totaling an inning of work. And it's another meeting on the mound for St. Joe's. This inning started with, you guessed it, a walk. Or excuse me, a base hit to Kruger, then a walk to Olivares. And Serra, who's recorded the only out on a sacrifice. Vasquez drove in 2 with a base hit. Millen drove in another with a base hit, and back-to-back walks to Trout and Chiappetti. And now Clapsaddle could put the hammer down here in the 5th inning. Humel will stay in there. And what is this? Do we have a pitch runner here? I think we do. Looks like Jack Millen is done. And in to run at third base is Jack Gibson, number 40. So not sure what that's about. Not sure if Millen is hurt. But the freshman Jack Gibson will come in to run at third base. So now Clapsaddle with the bases loaded. Humel needs to find the plate. And he fires it down the middle, 0-1. Bears, who did not walk a batter through the first 4 innings of Game 1. They have walked 8 in 4 1/3 here in Game 2. 0-1 from Hummel to Clapsaddle. Skips in the dirt, a tremendous block by Meglio sliding to his right. That saved a run and the advancement of 2 more runners, as that was ticketed for the backstop if Meglio didn't do a full body block on that one. 1-1 coming to Clapsaddle. It is way high, and that one does go to the backstop off Meglio's glove. And in to score is Jack Gibson to make it 7-4 Merchant Marine. Up to third goes Trout, down to second goes Chiappetti, and Hummel is all over the place in relief. Meglio did all he could, got a piece of it with the glove, but that was a fastball from Hummel. That went up the elevator way too fast for Meglio to catch up to. Now the infield all the way in for the Bears, and Clapsaddle takes inside, ball 3. The wild pitch for Hummel is his first of the year. And more than anything, Dominic needs to find the plate, but he misses badly for ball 4 to reload the bases. 9th walk by St. Joe's pitching. And it is the 3rd of the inning for Dominic Hummel.
Number 18, first baseman Christian Gomez.
And Christian Gomez will come up with the bases loaded and 1 out. Gomez is 0 for 2. He's flied out to left his last time up to the warning track. Also had a bunt, but he swings away here and fouls it off. 0-1. And that sounded like it hit something. Not sure if it's a car or the roof of the Mariners clubhouse on the first base side. But an aggressive first pitch swing by Gomez after Hummel had just issued his 3rd walk of the inning. 0-1 to Christian. It's a breaking ball. It was a hanger. And Gomez fouls it out of play down the right field side, 0-2. Mariners have scored 4 so far here in the 5th. Looking for a lot more, trying to add to their 7-4 lead. 0-2 to Gomez is swung on. That's fouled away again to the right side.
Final. South Carolina 74, Texas 50.
Be another 0-2 to Gomez from Hummel, who could badly use a strikeout. 0-2. Swung on and missed. He got him on a ball in the dirt. Strike 3. So Gomez chases, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. And now Luke Crewer, who started this inning with a leadoff single. And remember, folks, it was Crewer on the first pitch of the inning who had a pop-up in foul ground, and Pater misjudged the pop-up in foul territory. It landed untouched. And now Crewer a chance to put the hammer down here in the 5th inning. Bases loaded, 2 out. Hummel's delivery is a breaking ball that's upstairs, ball 1. So good bounce back by Hummel after walking the bases loaded to strike out Gomez. But still one more very large out to get with the reigning Skyline Rookie of the Week, Luke Crewer, in the box. And it's low, 2-0. If Crewer extends the inning, Ricardo Olivares would be next. Olivares drew the first of 4 walks so far in this inning by St. Joe's pitching. 2-0 to Crewer is fouled away. He got one to hit, and he knows he missed it. He snapped his head back in frustration as he fouled that one off. Crewer already with 2 home runs in game 1. If he had that one squared up, could have had his 3rd home run of the day. 2-1 to Crewer. Breaking ball swung and missed. He got another cookie and missed that one. That was a breaking ball right in the middle of the plate that Hummel got away with. It's 2-2. So 2-2 to Crewer. It would be quite a Houdiniac by Hummel to get out of this with his team still in the game at 7-4, and he misses low, ball 3. Mariners, despite the 5 runs in the inning, or 4 runs, only have 3 hits. The runners will be in motion with 3 and 2 out. Bases loaded. The payoff pitch from Hummel to Kruer is hit in the air to left field and down for a base hit, and it gets past Arcadi, and this will unload the bases. 3-run score on the base hit by Kruer. As he's into second base, should be a single and an error on Arcadi in left field. As Trout, Chiappetti, and Clapsaddle all come home, and the Mariners have blown it open in the 5th. It's 10-4. I would imagine on the play, Kruer will get 2 RBIs and a single, and an error on Arcadi that will allow the 3rd run to score, and allow Kruer to go to second as Olivares hits a bullet down to 3rd, and Pater across the diamond brings the inning to an end. But for the 2nd straight time today, the Mariners put up a touchdown in the 5th inning. They score 7 runs in the top of the 5th on 4 hits and leave 1 after 4.5. It's 10-4 Merchant Marine on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Sports Network. A plethora of defensive changes for Mike Notobart as we go to the bottom of the 5th with the Bears down by 6, 10-4. Travis Campbell, number 29, takes over on the mound for his 5th appearance of the year, a 3.18 ERA for Travis Campbell in 5 2/3 innings. He takes on Matt Arcadi leadoff, who grounds one foul 0-1. Other defensive changes for you folks. Remember, Millen came out of the game with Jack Gibson pitch running. Ben Taylor takes over at first base, number 35. Christian Gomez moves over to second. And Lewis and Serra now at third as Arcadi swings and misses. It's 0-2. And Travis Campbell, the Coleman, Texas native, on the mound. So Severson's day is done after 4 innings, and Arcadi takes outside ball 1. Final line for Jacob Severson. He battled through 4 innings, 86 pitches, 3 hits, as that's low, 2-2. 3 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. And now Travis Campbell here in the 5th. 2-2 to Arcadi. Is taken low, 3-2. Last thing Travis Campbell wants to do is walk the leadoff man with a 6-run lead. Mariners 2 7-run innings in the 5th. in both games of the doubleheader. Payoff pitch. Arcadi lashes one foul the other way. Count remains 3-2. Another payoff pitch to Arcadi is lined into left center field and over Trout's head for a base hit. So Matt Arcadi has his first hit of the day. By 2 Jacob Severson pitches, once in the first and the third. He's got a leadoff single in the fifth. Now Toribio, who has a base hit and a fielder's choice RBI, 6-5. Short lead for Arcadi at first, and Toribio hits one into left field, a base hit. Stopping at second is Arcadi, and after the Mariners put up 7 in the top of the inning, the Bears have the wheels turning here in the bottom of the fifth, with back-to-back singles from Arcadi and Toribio, and Andrew Ardito coming up. Ardito, who it feels like a long time ago hit a 3-run homer in the first inning to give the Bears at the time a 3-1 lead against Jacob Severson. And if Andrew can deliver another 3-run homer right here, we'll get the Bears right back in it. And he swings away and fouls it off, 0-1. Bears bullpen is quiet, so it could be Dominic Hummel back to the mound for the 6th. 0-1 from Campbell to Ardito is skipped in the dirt. Good block by Clapsaddle. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vasquez, the right fielder, way over towards the line in right field. That entire right center gap is wide open for Andrew Ardito, who swings away, pops it up. Short center field, out goes Trout, and Landon Trout make the catch in short left center for the first out. Runners hold at first and second. Now Christopher Stegmuller, who was 0 for 2, he struck out and grounded out. Bears at least need to chip a run off this deficit here in the fifth, down by 6. And Stegmuller takes up an in-ball 1. Mariners have been mercy ruling a lot recently. They had the 2 big wins over Yeshiva. Their offense has really been clicking. Now with 74 runs in the last 5 games, as Stegmuller lines one to left field, Kruger comes on to pick it off for out number 2. So a bullet off Stegmuller's bat. Caught by Kruger for the second out, and it's left to Doug Pater. Doug Pater, who's been up twice and struck out swinging both times, so Pater happy to see someone not named Jacob Severson on the mound. As the Bears trying not to waste a first and second nobody out chance, and Pater a wave and a miss on the breaking ball. It's 0-1. Temperature has gone down a bit here at Bartizak Field to 61 degrees. It has become a quite chilly night. 0-1 to Pater from Campbell is taken in there at the knees. A breaking ball again from Travis Campbell, 0-2. Mariners pitching has struck out 7 so far. Over 4 2/3. They all belong to Jacob Severson. 0-2 to Pater is fouled away to the right side. They'll do it again. If Pater can extend the proceedings here in the fifth, Joe Meglio would be next. Campbell a long hold on the 0-2. The new third baseman in Sarah hugging the line against the right-hand hitter. And the 0-2 hit the bat of Pater up and in. If it didn't hit the bat, might have hit Doug in the hand. Count remains 0-2. You hear it clank off the knob of the bat. That's why it wasn't ball 1. Fortunate for Pater that he didn't take one off the hand. Doug working hard down in the count 0-2, but he swings and misses for strike 3 to end the inning. Bears get the first 2 on with singles from Arcadi and Toribio, but leave him stranded. After 5, it's still 10-4 Merchant Marine. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Mariners up by 6 as we go to inning number 6 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Dominic Umel back out there as we go to the 6th inning. Here in Kings Point, Mariners holding a 10-4 lead over the Bears. And now Lewis and Sarah will lead it off for Merchant Marine. And Sarah, a sacrifice bunt, his last time up in the Mariners' 7-run 5th inning. Mariners will miss playing the 5th inning tonight. They had 2 5th innings today and scored 14 runs. 7 runs in each of the 5th innings today. As in Sarah takes it up and away, ball 1. Mariners with the 10 runs in today's game 2 now have 75 runs over their last 5.5 games. And Lewis takes down and away 2-0. It'll be in Sarah, Vasquez, and Millen. 8, 9, and 1 for the Mariners here in the top of the 6th. Umel brings home the 2-0. And a wave and a miss on a soft breaking ball from Dominic, 2-1. Almost an eephus pitch there with how slow that one dropped in. Infield, outfield, straight up against Insera, who pounds one on the ground right side. Ardito waits for it and takes it to the bag himself for the first out. Bit of a sidewinder for Insera on the ground out. And up comes Braden Vasquez, who's been a thorn in the Bears' side all day. He's driven in 5 runs.
The right fielder, Braden Vasquez.
And picked up 3 hits. Vasquez came into the doubleheader with 11 RBI. He has 16 now on the year, and he's ahead in the count. 1-0. Umel's 1-0. Big breaking ball misses, 2-0. Problem for St. Joe's here in Game 2 has been the walks. They've issued 9 walks over 5 1/3 innings. And the Mariners have taken advantage, scoring 10 runs on only 7 hits. As Vasquez pops the 2-0 foul, 2-1. Infield, outfield, straight up against Vasquez. The only time Vasquez retired the entire doubleheader, he grounded into a fielder's choice to end the 3rd inning. 2-1 from Hummel. Skips in the dirt, ball 3. Outfield, infield, straight up against Vasquez in what has turned into a very quiet Bartizak field. And that's in the dirt, ball 4. The 10th walk for St. Joe's pitching here in game 2. Second time Vasquez has walked here in game 2, and third time overall. Now Ben Taylor batting in the leadoff spot after Jack Millen left the game for Jack Gibson, who came in to run for him. So Taylor, his first at bat of the doubleheader, hitting 188 on the year, a homer and 3 RBIs. Will bat with Vasquez on first and 1 out, and it skips by Meglio to the backstop. Down to second goes Vasquez, and he almost thought about going to third. A very sharp turn at second base by Braden Vasquez. The wild pitch by Hummel is his second of the game. And a runner in scoring position for Ben Taylor with 1 out. Landon Trout on deck, a left-hand batter. 1-0 from Hummel to Taylor is low, and sliding into third safely with a stolen base is Vasquez. So Braden Vasquez is second stolen base of the doubleheader. He's now 4 for 4 in his career in the stolen base department. And how will St. Joe's play the infield down by 6 as Hummel pours in a strike, 2-1. Looks like the third baseman, Pater, will play even with the bag on the edge of the grass. Middle infielders, Quinones and Gardner, back up the middle, so it looks like the Bears will concede a run on a ground ball. 2-1 to Taylor. A big rip and a miss on a fastball, 2-2. And Taylor took a big 2-run homer swing. Taylor's only home run was a 2-run homer on opening day against Union back when it was a lot colder than this. Back in February. 2-2 to Taylor. Is swung on, popped straight up on the infield. Quinones makes the catch, 2 men down. That, folks, right there is a major league pop-up. 200 feet up, 200 feet down.
Number 1, the shortstop, Landon Trout.
As Landon Trout stands in. Trout is 0 for 2 in game 2, but he's walked twice. And Dominic Hummel trying to sidestep a runner on third with 1 out here in the 6th. First pitch missed somewhere, ball 1. For St. Joe's Brooklyn, if you look ahead, obviously, despite giving up 10 runs, they got through game 1 with 2 pitchers. Hummel, their second pitcher today, that's fouled away, 1-1. After the conclusion of today's doubleheader, Bears will also be back in action on Sunday like the Mariners. They will head home to face Mount St. Vincent, and this time they will actually play on their home field as the home team against the Mount St. Vincent Dolphins. 1-1 coming to Trout. And it's carved to the left side, foul, 1-2. And there is action in the St. Joe's bullpen down the left field line, but Dominic Hummel 1 strike away from putting up a 0 here in the 6th. Pitch to Trout from Hummel. Trout turns it around, a dive at first base, but it's a foul ball. Good effort by Ardito, but a good thing that was foul. That would have been an RBI base hit for Trout. But it deflects foul down the right field line. Looked like Ardito got a piece of that in foul territory. And a refill on the baseballs from the St. Joe's dugout. So it remains 1-2 to Trout with Vasquez on third and 2 outs here in the 6th. Long hold by Hummel. Another 1-2 coming to Trout. A breaking ball balloons outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mariners did their homework on the St. Joe's team. We mentioned how offense has not been the problem for the Bears, but the pitching has been as Trout smokes one in the right center field for a base hit to make it 11-4. Vasquez comes home. It's an RBI single for Landon Trout, and the lead is 7 for Merchant Marine here in the 6th. The RBI for Trout is his 10th of the year. That's his second hit of the doubleheader. And now Tommy Chiappetti. And Chiappetti swings away, pops it straight up. Who's going to get it? Pater all the way in a foul ground. Can't come up with it. As that was a long run for Doug Pater. Came almost all the way back to the protective netting. Not sure if Joe Meglio, the catcher, lost that ball in the lights, but that's a big ask to ask your third baseman to run that far of a distance on a pop-up behind the plate. And to Pater's credit, he almost got there. So it's 0-1 to Chiappetti. That misses down and away, and you heard a grunt from Hummel that time. It's 1-1. Bears ERA after the Game 1 loss now sitting at 10.49. As going is Trout up and into Chiappetti, and no throw as Trout swipes second base. Trout now 8 for 9 in stolen bases. As it's 2-1 to Chiappetti with Clapsaddle on deck. Pitch from Hummel. Breaking ball misses low, 3-1. Chiappetti, who has not been retired in Game 2. He's walked twice and had 2 hits, including an RBI double. Trying to chase home Trout from second with 2 outs. 3-1 from Hummel is low and away, ball 4. The 11th walk by St. Joe's pitching here in Game 2. And how far can you go if you're Rich Pecoraro with Dominic Hummel, who has had a very laborious inning and 2/3, 58 pitches for Hummel in the inning and 2/3, 6 run, 3 of them earned, 5 walks as well for Hummel, and now Clapsaddle with 2 on and 2 out. And Garrett takes a 3-run homer swing. It's 0-1. Mercy rule in the Skyline Conference is 10 runs after 7 innings. So if Garrett had knocked that ball out of the ballpark with that mammoth swing, mercy rule would be in effect. 0-1 is low, 1-1. A left-hander up in the St. Joe's bullpen. Can't make out who it is down there. Looks like 22 if I'm correct. That would be Justin Halleck, who we saw in the first game, pitch run for Provisiero after he was plunked. But now Hummel needs to find his way out of the 6th inning. He's behind Clapsaddle, 2-1. You got another right-hand hitter on deck, Gomez. The 2-1 to Clapsaddle is hit in the air deep to left field. Going back is Arcadi to flag it down on the warning track. Garrett Clapsaddle came close, but the Mariners are held to only 1 run in the top of the 6th. In the inning for Merchant Marine, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left through 5.5. It's 11-4 Merchant Marine on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
Number 29, the catcher, Joe Meglio.
Travis Campbell back to work for a second inning of relief here as we go to the bottom of the 6th. In Kings Point, Mariners added a run in the top of the inning, now lead 11-4. Joe Meglio, the catcher, will lead it off for the Bears. They look to claw back down by 7. Meglio is 0 for 1. He has walked and grounded out. And a first pitch strike from Campbell. It is 0-1. Keeping an eye on the Mariners bullpen down the right field line. There's some standing around in there. We'll see how far Travis Campbell gets to go as his 0-1 is lined on a fly to Gomez, who picks it off the dirt. One man down. That was an L4 for Mr. Meglio.
The second baseman, Michael Gardner.
Michael Gardner, who is 0 for 2 here in Game 2. He has struck out and grounded out. And it's low, ball 1.
This year was good. Last year was
1-1 from Campbell, popped up right side. That'll come back and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes, I believe, is the count on Michael Gardner. Next one from Campbell is fouled at the plate. Now it is definitely 1-2. Behind Gardner is Quinones for the Bears here in the bottom of the 6th. 7, 8, 9 in the St. Joe's order. 1-2 from Campbell is a little bit low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mariners have trailed in both games of the doubleheader, 5-2 in Game 1, 4-2 here in Game 2. But they've come back to take a big lead in both as Gardner takes strike 3 called, looking at a breaking ball. 2 men down, and Quinones coming up.
Number 20, the shortstop, Matthew Quinones.
Quinones is 0 for 4 in the doubleheader. He has 4 strikeouts and a walk. Walked on 4 pitches his last time up. With 2 out, nobody on, trying to get something going for the Bears here in the 6th. With Vincent Camarada on deck. Campbell's first delivery, a strike, 0-1. Both teams a quick turnaround. It'll be a home doubleheader in Brooklyn this time for the Bears on Sunday against Mount St. Vincent. And the Mariners will be the home team here at Bartizak Field on Sunday against Manhattanville. As conference play continues for both these teams. Quick update on the scores for you. As Quinones bounces it foul, 1-2. Mount St. Vincent and Old Westbury split their doubleheader in Mount St. That was played at Old Westbury, and as we mentioned before, Mount St. Mary sweeps Yeshiva. And that's low to Quinones, 2-2, and Mariners are looking for a doubleheader sweep here tonight. This doubleheader originally scheduled to be tomorrow, but with the rainy forecast on the horizon, 2-2 to Quinones from Campbell. Delivery is in there. Strike 3 called. Fastball in the outside corner. 2 scoreless innings for Travis Campbell. Send us to the 7th with the Mariners up by 7, 11-4 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. We go to the 7th inning here at Bardazac Field with the Bears down by 7, 11-4 to the Mariners. Dominic Hummel, a good soldier out there, despite 62 pitches in 2 innings. We'll head back out there for the 7th. Christian Gomez will lead it off in the top of the 7th for Merchant Marine. Gomez is 0 for 3, and he takes low ball 1. Talked about in the open how Mariners are the road team playing in their home ballpark. St. Joe's, the home team in their road ballpark, is the 1-0 to Gomez as a strike, 1-1. Same teams using their same dugouts. Mariners using their home first base dugout. Bears using the road third base dugout. A couple of teams in Major League Baseball do use the home dugout at third base. One of them being the Colorado Rockies. The reason the Rockies use the third base dugout as the home dugout, they found Triceratops bones underneath the foundation of Coors Field in Colorado. So if you ever wondered why the Rockies mascot is a dinosaur, Triceratops, that is why. Some fun facts for you in a 11-4 game in the 7th inning on a Friday night. So if you go to Coors Field, say hi to Dinger is his name. That is why the Rockies use the third base dugout as the home dugout as Gomez flies one out to right for the first out. I believe there is a new right fielder out there, as looks like Chris Stegmuller was no longer out there. We'll try to get the information on who the new right fielder is. But it's an F9 on the scorecard nonetheless. Was not reported any defensive changes between innings by the umpires. But St. Joe's SID Ronnie Rios on the case as Crewer drives one out to left field. Arcadi going back, and he runs it down on the warning track. Nice play by Matt Arcadi to take away an extra base hit from Luke Crewer, and quickly Dominic Hummel. 2 up, 2 down in the 7th with 2 fly balls. Now Ricardo Olivares. Olivares, who's been hit by a pitch and walked. He has also popped up to short. And Hummel took him 62 pitches to get through 2 innings. It's taken him 6 pitches to get 2 outs here in the 7th. And Olivares fouls it off his thumbs, 0-1. If the Mariners do not score in this inning, Mercy Rule will be out of the picture. And we will be playing a full 9 here at Bardazac Field. Mariners need 3 to put Mercy Rule in effect here in the 7th inning. 0-1 from Hummel to Olivares. A half swing and a high fastball is a strike, 0-2. As Ronnie Rios has completed his sprint from outside, the new right fielder is Justin Halleck, number 22. So we saw Halleck warming up in the bullpen, and there he is out in right field. 0-2 to Olivares is carved to the right side foul. Still no balls and 2 strikes. If Olivares can extend the inning, Luis Encero would be next. Hummel fires home another 0-2 to Olivares, up and in. Look at a little good old-fashioned shin music, as Olivares had to vacate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As for who's in action in the Skyline Conference tomorrow, Manhattanville and Maritime for a doubleheader, and Mount St. Mary and Farmingdale will go at it for 2, as that misses 2 balls, 2 strikes. Looks like Maritime has moved their doubleheader up to 10:30 a.m. with the impending weather across the water. And the Farmingdale doubleheader slated for 1 p.m. Breaking ball from Hummel down and away. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So after getting 2 quick outs by pitching to contact, Hummel has run the count full on Olivares. Payoff pitch coming from Hummel to Olivares is hit on the ground, left side, base hit. And Olivares has his first hit of game 2, a 2-out single in the 7th. It is the ninth Mariner hit, excuse me. And up comes Lewis and Sarah. And Sarah in game 2 is 0 for 4. And he takes one on the dirt ball 1. So in Sarah, despite his team putting up 11 runs on 9 hits, has not been part of the party here in the top of the 7th. 1-0 from Hummel. Breaking ball inside, and Sarah backs out of there 2-0. Braden Vasquez on deck. It's been a long day for everybody here in the press box as and Sarah rolls it out to second, and that will end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th on a 4-3 ground out here in Kings Point. New pitcher for Mike Nonabart as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Mariners up 11-4 over the Bears. The third pitcher of the day for Merchant Marine is the junior from Deer Park, Eddie Lippert. Eddie, fresh back from C, will take on the top of the order for St. Joe's Brooklyn here in the bottom of the 7th. Vincent Camarada has to back out of there, ball 1. Eddie Lippert, who last pitched the 1-0 is hit on the ground to third. It's a fair ball, and Sarah across the diamond throws him out. Wow, what a throw by Lewis and Sarah. Gets a ruse from his dugout, and Sarah getting the call at third base. A nice throw on the run to take away a base hit from Vincent Camarada for the first out. That's a 5-3 with a star on your scorecard. Now Matt Arcadi. Eddie Lippert, the new pitcher, his 4th appearance.
For the Mariners, number 20, Eddie Lippert.
Has not allowed a run in 3 innings of work. Has struck out 4, walked 1, and he's ahead in the count. 0-1, and the Mariners dugout is into it, letting Eddie Lippert hear their approval after every pitch. 0-1 from Lippert to Arcadi. A whiff and a miss, and with every strike, the Mariners dugout gets that much louder as we approach 10 o'clock on a Friday night. 0-2 to Arcadi. This is not the first time the Mariners have played deep into the night in a doubleheader at Kings Point. We'll tell you about that in a moment as Arcadi takes low. The last time the Mariners played a doubleheader this late at Bardazac Field was a couple of years ago against Manhattanville. It was also a 4:30 start time. And right around 10 o'clock in the second game, the lights in the stadium went out because the company who supplies the lights here only had the lights on until 10 o'clock. So there was a 20-minute delay, and we had to call the light company to turn the lights back on to complete the last half inning of the game, which the Mariners eventually won 7-6 on a walk-off hit by Garrett Claps over Manhattanville, who we'll see on Sunday. Arcadi rolls it down to third, and Serra shows off the arm again and has his second put out of the inning. So Lewis and Serra moved over to third base, making it look like he's been there a million times. 2 up, 2 down, and Miguel Toribio coming up. Toribio is 2 for 3 with an RBI. Has 2 singles. And a rip and a miss. It's 0-1, and you guessed it, the Mariners dugout loves that. You can probably hear them on the stream out there. Toribio has 2 of the 5 St. Joe's hits. 0-1, up and in. Toribio almost got nicked on the forearm. 1 ball, 1 strike. If Toribio can extend the inning, Andrew Ardito, who it feels like a lifetime ago, hit a 3-run homer in the first inning. 1-1 from Lippert to Toribio. A breaking ball of beauty drops in, 1-2. And it's slowly becoming a more chilly night by the moment here in Kings Point. Eddie Lippert trying to send this game to the 8th inning as he skips one in the dirt. And he looks like he almost fell off the mound there. Was looking back at the front of the mound. We hope he's all right. Remember David Sherwanek, the man behind me right here, who came to visit the press box, was looking at something on the mound, at the front of the mound during Game 1 that Lou Bernardi had to come out and fix. We thank David for his visit to the press box here. The 2-2 coming from Lippert to Toribio is nubbed up the first baseline foul. Count remains 2-2. As the breeze is picking up here at Bartizak Field. And the Bears need to get their offense going. They have not scored since the 3rd inning. 2-2 from Lippert. Is hit on the ground left side. Another chance for Insera. Across the diamond, he throws it away under the glove of Taylor. Toribio down to second. That'll be a 2-base error. And someone in the crowd, I believe sounded like a St. Joe's fan, is very, very happy that Miguel Toribio reached second base on that error. Screaming out there, having the time of her life. Excited for the 2-base error. That's the Mariners' first error of Game 2. A throwing error on Insera. And now a wave and a miss by Ardito. It's 0-1. In fact, folks, that is the Mariners' first error of the doubleheader. As they went errorless in Game 1, that skips into Ardito 1-1. Behind Ardito is Justin Halleck, who came into right field for Christopher Stegmuller last inning. If Ardito can extend the inning, and he swings and pops it up. Center field. On the outfield grass, the second baseman Gomez has it to end the inning. And Eddie Lippert once more noise as he comes off the mound, pounding his chest with a hitless bottom of the 7th. For the Bears in the inning, no runs, no hits, 1 left because of the error. Through 7, Bears still down by 7, 11-4 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
After 7.
Top of the 8th inning at Bartizak Field. New pitcher for the Bears as we go to the 8th as Rich Pecoraro goes to the bullpen. Number 18, the freshman Matthew Espinal. The freshman from East Elmhurst, New York, will make his second career appearance here in the top of the 8th. He'll take on 9-1-2 in the Mariners batting order. Charles Callahan, who came in for Braden Vasquez, will lead it off. 9-1-2 in the Mariners order. Callahan, Millen, and Trout against Espinal, who made his only other career appearance on March 12th against Valley Forge, and a strike to Callahan, 0-1. I was very happy to find out between innings that St. Joe's Brooklyn, like Merchant Marine, also picks their walk-up songs for their freshmen. So Matthew Espinal, his walk-in song is Barbie Girl, which we're going to have the ultimate clash of the Titans when Landon Trout comes up. Because when Landon Trout was a freshman last year, guess what his walk-up song was? Barbie Girl. So it will be the two Barbie Girl players in the 8th inning. 1-1 from Espinal to Callahan, and it's outside 2-1. Espinal hoping for a better appearance than his first go-around against Valley Forge. He lasted 2/3 of an inning. No hits, but he gave up 4 runs thanks to 3 walks. And he's behind Callahan 2-1. And that one way upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. Bears pitching has struggled with their command here in Game 2. They have walked 11. Proviciero walked 6 in 4 innings, and Humel walked 5 in his 3 innings. 3-1 to Callahan. A half swing. Might have been ball 4, but instead it's 3-2. Mariners 11 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. Bears 4 runs on 5 hits and 2 errors. We are in the 8th. Payoff pitch from Espinal goes to the backstop, ball 4. As Meglio didn't even have a chance to put his glove out on that ball. But it is the 12th walk by St. Joe's pitching in Game 2. And now Ben Taylor for his second at bat.
Number 35, the first baseman, Ben Taylor.
Taylor, who came in when the Mariners did their triple switch, takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ben 0 for 1 after coming in after Jack Millen left. And a check-in on Callahan. And Landon Trout is on deck after Ben Taylor. The 0-1 coming to Taylor from Espinal is high. 1 ball, no strikes. And I'm glad I was not the only one who just caught that. There was somebody in the stands who pulled their inner Michael Jackson out at 10 o'clock on a Friday night. The 1-1 to Taylor is ripped at and missed 1-2. Things get a little clunky at 10 o'clock when it's an 11-4 game. As Bartizak Field once again dead quiet. There is action in the Bears bullpen down the left field line. Next one from Espinal. Runs inside and low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talk about things that get wild here at Bartizak Field in the late night hours. Craziest one we've ever had here. Opening day last year against Sage. We had a fan get ejected behind home plate. We'll tell you about that after this pitch as Taylor takes strike 3 called. So Espinal picks up his first strikeout in relief. And Taylor now 0 for 2. And up comes Landon Trout.
Number 1, the shortstop, Landon Trout.
So here's the meeting of the 2 Barbie Girl players with the walk-up songs. Trout, who has a freshman last year, had it as his walk-up song, and Espinal has it this year as his walk-up song, as a walk-in song as a freshman. It is the Battle of the Barbies. That is well put, as our astute St. Joe's press box has given me. So who will win the Battle of the Barbies in this 11-4 game as Trout lines it in a center field and Camarada right there to put it away. So in the Battle of the Barbies, the score is Matthew Espinal 1 and Landon Trout nothing, 2 men down. And Frank Roop will pitch hit for Tommy Chiappetti. So Chiappetti's day is done after 2 for 2 and 3 walks. And Frank Roop a chance to get his first career hit, the sophomore from Valdosta, Georgia. Going back to the crazy story I was about to get to before Taylor struck out, the craziest thing I've ever seen here at Bardazac Field in the late night. We had a fan get ejected behind home plate because he called a visiting batter on stage, said he smelled like corn dogs, and the umpire turned around and threw him out of the game. Of all the things you can do to get ejected from a game, of all the verbal offenses you can throw at somebody, I would imagine corn dogs would not be at the top of many people's lists. But it was still good enough for that young fan to get heaved from the ballpark on opening night last year. Yes, if you can believe it, the home plate umpire turned around and gave him the ejection with the right arm as Roop is ahead in the count 1-0. 1-0 to Frank Roop is in there 1-1. If Roop can extend the inning, it looks like Garrett Clapsaddle is on deck to bat for himself. 1-1 to Roop is swung on, hit to right field, but foul. Roop got a good piece of aluminum on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Espinal trying to work a scoreless 8th. One-two from Espinal to Roop. A breaking ball balloons way outside, and good anticipation by Meglio, who did a good old slide to the right that time. 2 balls, 2 strikes, so an unexpected playing of the cha-cha slide for Joe Meglio, as he had to anticipate that breaking ball from Espinal was going outside as Roop strikes out, swinging to end the 8th. Scoreless inning for Matthew Espinal. Sends us to the bottom of the 8th. Bears still down 7, 11-4 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Bottom of the 8th in Kings Point. Bears running out of outs, down by 7, 11-4. Justin Halleck
Number 22, the right fielder, Justin Halleck.
will take his first at bat of the doubleheader against the new Mariner pitcher Luke Crewer, the two-way player. So Luke Crewer, after 2 home runs in Game 1, will take his talents to the mound here in the 8th inning of Game 2. Justin Halleck, the left-hand batter, takes the first pitch strike. It's 0-1. Halleck at 429 on the year. Rolls one out to Insera. Makes the throw across, one down. Halleck, who was 3 for 7 on the year, now 3 for 8 after that ground out. And Kruer has a quick out here in the 8th. Now Doug Pater stands in. Pater has had a rough second game. He has been unable to catch 2 foul pop-ups and struck out all 3 times up, and he takes a strike going 1. Although the second one, behind the plate, that was arguably Joe Meglio's ball that Doug Pater ran a full 50 feet for but couldn't reach it. Count 1-1 to Pater with Joe Meglio on deck. And it skips in 2-1. Down to 60 degrees. Feels a little colder than that here on this Friday night. 2-1 in for a strike, 2-2.
In between this inning and next inning, we would like walking in Memphis to be played, if that's possible.
2-2 from Kruer to Pater. Is low, 3-2.
What are you doing taking this request from me waiting?
It's 10 o'clock.
Payoff pitch from Kruer to Pater is swung on and missed. Pater chased ball 4. So a golden sombrero for Doug Pater, striking out for the 4th time in game 2. 11th time the Bears have struck out here in game 2. And if 2 numbers tell you the story for the struggles for the Bears in game 2, they have struck out 11 times and they have walked 12 Mariners. Now Joe Meglio, low ball 1. Meglio, who is 0 for 2 with a walk here in game 2. Kruer's 0-1 drops in for a strike, 1-1. Kruer trying to maintain his 0 ERA in his 6th appearance. Has 7 2/3 innings under his belt and drops another breaker in 1-2. Kruer in his 7 2/3 innings this year. 4 walks, 8 strikeouts. Looking for his 9th right here. And he just missed with a breaker on Meglio. It's ball 1. If Meglio can extend inning, Michael Gardner would be next. As this doubleheader now 5 hours and 40 minutes old here at Bartizak Field. An ugly wave and a miss by Meglio to send us to the 9th inning. A 1-2-3, 2 strikeout inning for the reigning Skyline Rookie of the Week, Luke Kruer. We head to the 9th, 11-4 Merchant Marine on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network.
But it's a little bit of a jump scare when you drive in and you see it and you're like, why is that even there?
Number 19, Danny Heck.
Matthew Espinal will stay on for his second inning of work as we go to the top of the ninth in game 2 of our doubleheader. Danny Heck will take his first at bat of the doubleheader. Danny Heck at 208 on the year. A homer and 5 driven in. Swings away first pitch. Pops it up right side. And Gardner onto the outfield grass makes the catch. 1 man down. So up comes Christian Gomez. Gomez is 0 for 4 in game 2 with a strikeout. Also at a fly ball, the warning track. And this is quite a nice turnaround for Mr. Espinal, who in his first career appearance gave up 4 runs in 2/3 of an inning. 1-0 coming to Gomez from Espinal. Runs upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes.
So 5 is batting 9 and pitching. So no.
2-0 from Espinal to Gomez is popped foul back to the screen, 2-1. So Espinal now with an inning and 2/3 under his belt. That inflated ERA of 54 will shrink dramatically after that scoreless 8th. The 2-1 coming to Gomez. Runs up and away, 3-1.
No, I think you're good. Shot was still on.
Behind Gomez,
Oh, Petty should have been out.
looks like Carter O'Neill is on deck to pitch hit for Merchant Marine. And Gomez takes high ball 4. As the 13th walk for St. Joe's Brooklyn pitching here in game 2. And now Carter O'Neill will take the turn at bat here.
24, Carter O'Neill.
O'Neill 231 on the year, no homers and an RBI.
Frank Root.
Yeah.
Okay.
24 is now in the game. He's hitting for Callahan. He just
First one to O'Neill is down and away, ball 1. And then how do you like this for Carter O'Neill? His first at bat at his home stadium, Bardazac Field, is as a road player. Batting here in the top of the 9th. And O'Neill a rip down the right field line, foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
because you missed the fact that we changed the batter.
It's O'Neill.
Right. You didn't put that.
And so far on the ERA counter for Espinal, came in with an inflated ERA of 54. Since recording these 3 outs in relief, he has shrunk the ERA down to 18. And he's behind O'Neill 2-1. Looks like Ricardo Olivares is on deck to bat for himself after moving to left field last inning when Crewer took over on the mound. And a check-in at first base.
No, his eyes on me. He's my heart apparently. I'm his heart apparently.
On Gomez, 2-1 to O'Neill is outside, 3 balls and a strike. And the throw from Meglio almost got away. Espinal whiffed on the throw back to the mound, and a heads-up play by Michael Gardner to play defense and flag that ball down before it snuck into center field. 3-1 to O'Neill is swung on, hit up the middle, a base hit. So Carter O'Neill has his first career hit at Bardazac Field. A 1-out single in the 9th.
Number 45, Ricardo Olivares.
And Ricardo Olivares will get another crack at it. 1 for 3 with a run scored and a walk for Ricardo here in game 2. As one of 6 Mariners stolen bases here in the second game. As now Matthew Espinal trying to save his team's bullpen with 2 more outs to get. Both the Bears and the Mariners have another doubleheader Sunday as that goes to the backstop. Down to third Gomez, down to second O'Neill. The wild pitch for Espinal. I would imagine at this juncture of the game, with this doubleheader almost 6 hours old, down by 7, Rich Pecoraro will keep the infield back. Next one from Espinal. That one goes to the backstop, and not breaking for the plate is Gomez. That probably should have scored a run, but perhaps from gamesmanship by Gomez holding on, but it appears not, as he gets a word from Mike Notebard at third base. So Espinal saved of his second straight wild pitch, and Olivares in a prime RBI chance. 2-0 is not close. Oh, did they call that a strike? I think they did. It looked like it was ball 3. But they may have called that strike 1. I am not sure. 2-1, and it is a strike. So now it's ball 3. So that 2-0, which that 2-0 pitch did not look like a strike, but it was called a strike. So to my friend working the scoreboard, I apologize. But now it is 3-1, and Olivares fouls it back 3-2. We try to keep things interesting here in the press box when we're almost 6 hours into a doubleheader. The second game started just after 7:30, so we are approaching the 3-hour mark here in Game 2, which will certainly not make anyone who believes in the pitch clock very happy. And now Olivares will get a crack at it on 3-2 as the Mariners try to extend their 7-run lead. Caden Pierce looks like he could be warming up in the bullpen down the right field line for Merchant Marine. 3-2 to Olivares is swung on and fouled back to hang in there. And Lewis and Sarah out from the on-deck circle to retrieve it. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th for St. Joe's Brooklyn, where they will have a big deficit to overcome. As the 3-2 is popped up by Vasquez, and that one is foul. Almost a tremendous diving catch in foul territory by Justin Halleck to no avail. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th for St. Joe's Brooklyn, it'll be Gardner, Quinones, and Camarada. 8-9-1 in the Bears lineup. But first, another 3-2 upcoming to Ricardo Olivares. Another payoff from Espinal is not close, ball 4. As the 14th walk by St. Joe's pitching here in Game 2.
Number 14, Lewis and Sarah.
And the scary part for St. Joe's and Rich Pecoraro, 8 walks from the bullpen from Hummel and now Espinal, as in Sarah rips one foul down the right field line, 0-1. Pater even with the bag at third. Ardita, who it feels like 3 lifetimes ago, hit a 3-run homer in the first inning, even with the bag at first. 0-1 from Espinal, and Sarah takes it at the letters, apparently, 0-2. You know what? When it's 10:30 at night in an 11-4 game, you can expand the strike zone a little bit. And I think in Sarah's strike zone got expanded a bit there. And Espinal calls Meglio out for a moment. I was going to say, if Meglio came out for a full conversation, I'd be hard-pressed to think about things you'd have to talk about in the 9th inning in a game like this. 0-2 to Insera from Espinal is a breaking ball outside 1-2. Behind Insera is Callahan. He'll get his second at bat after Insera completes his AB. 1-2. A swing and a miss on a breaking ball in the dirt. Strike 3. So Espinal picks up the punch out for the second out here in the inning. And now Charles Callahan. Charles Callahan had one plate appearance earlier in the game, and he takes low and in. Oh, that one called a strike 2. That one looked like it was about to hit Callahan in the knee, but it's called strike 1. So as we saw with Insera, the strike zone in a game like this, a bit expanded. You can't call that one as a strike because it's ball 1. You got to give credit to St. Joe's bullpen in the fact that despite giving up 21 runs in the doubleheader, if Espinal can get this last out, they will get through the entire doubleheader only using 5 pitchers. 1-1 to Callahan is ripped in the air deep to left field, but Arcadi is right there to put it away to end the inning. Mariners load the bases, but they do not score in the 9th. No runs on 1 hit, 3 left through 8.5. It's still the Mariners 11 and the Bears 4 on the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. New pitcher for Mike Notobart as we go to the bottom of the 9th. The 5th Mariner pitcher of the night is the closer, Caden Pierce. 8-9-1, last hope for the Bears. Michael Gardner to lead it off for the Bears here in the bottom of the 9th. Gardner is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts here in Game 2, and Pierce gets a first pitch swing and a foul ball. 0-1. For Caden Pierce, in a non-save situation, the junior from Marietta, Georgia, at 6'6", comes in with a 2.08 ERA as he gets a pop-up from Gardner. This one will stay in play. Heck on the run, can't get there. Got it on a hop with the bare hands, but not enough air under that pop-up from Gardner for Heck to flag down. It's 0-2. Pierce in 8 2/3 innings this year. 10 hits, 6 runs. Only 2 of them earned. 5 walks, 9 strikeouts. En route to his 2.08 ERA. He's ahead on Gardner 0-2. Matt Quinones on deck. 0-2, and Gardner takes it strike 3 on the breaking ball. So Pierce comes in and strikes out Gardner on 3 pitches, 1 man down. And it looks like we will have a pitch hitter. So Rich Pecoraro will go to Chris Perez, who started at first base in Game 1. Will pitch hit for Quinones here in the bottom of the 9th. And barring a very quick last 2 outs recorded by Caden Pierce here in the 9th, We are 3 minutes away from the 6-hour mark, folks, as that's low ball 1. And no extra innings involved. 16 innings and 6 hours here at Bardazac Field. Unfortunately for the Bears, has not gone their way tonight. The 1-0 coming to Perez is a rip and a miss. 1-1. Perez in game 1 went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. And he's down in the count here, 1-2. The scheduled hitter on deck is Vincent Camarada. I would imagine he would hit for himself. 1-2 from Pierce. Perez chases a ball in the dirt for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Caden Pierce to start the bottom of the 9th. And the Bears are down to their final out with Vincent Camarada coming up.
Number 2, the center fielder, Vincent Camarada.
That is the 14th strikeout for Mariners pitching. So 14, an ugly number for the Bears here in Game 2. They have struck out 14 times, and they have walked 14 Mariner hitters as Camarada fouls it away 0-1. The Mariners, barring a disaster here in the 9th, will move to 12-8 overall, 4-0 in conference. And the Bears, in defeat, would drop their 7th in a row and drop to 0-4 in conference play. Bears will play at their actual home in Brooklyn on Sunday against Mount St. Vincent. Mariners will be home to play Manhattanville here for a doubleheader at Bardazac Field, as that's low 1-1. If Camarada can extend the game, Matt Arcadi would be next. We are 15 seconds away from the 3-hour mark as Camarada pops it in the air to right center field. This should end the game, and it does as Callahan squeezes it, and we finish 7 seconds short of 6 hours here in the doubleheader as the Bears drop 2 to USMMA, 10-5 in Game 1 and 11-4 in Game 2. Your final totals here in Game 2 for the victorious Mariners, 11 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. And for the Bears, 4 runs on 5 hits and 2 errors. 5 hours and 59 minutes later, a tough day for the Bears at Bardazac Fields as they get outscored 21-9 in the 2 games. The winning pitcher in Game 2 for Merchant Marine, I believe, is Travis Campbell. The losing pitcher is Joe Provisiero. As the Mariners sweep the Bears and extend their winning streak to over St. Joe's to 5 in a row. Mariners now 12-8 on the year, 4-0 in conference, and the Bears in defeat their 7th straight loss. Mariners, by the way, their 6th straight win. The Bears 7 in a row in the loss department, and they're 0-4 in conference play. Once again, your final score in Game 2, the Mariners 11 and the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears 4. We'd like to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. I'd like to thank the St. Joe's SID Ronnie Rios and Athletic Director Megan Valentine for the chance to come out here to call a home doubleheader for St. Joe's Brooklyn on the Mariners' home turf at Bardazac Field, as the Mariners defend their home field as the road team with a doubleheader sweep with 10-5 and 11-4 victories here this evening over the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears. Bears will be back at it on Sunday against Mount St. Vincent for a doubleheader. Mariners will be back at it at Bardazac Field on Sunday for a doubleheader against Manhattanville. George Whitbread saying so long from Kings Point, and I'll be back with you on Sunday for the Mariners and the Valiants. But for now, saying so long from the St. Joe's Brooklyn Bears Sports Network. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend.